Okay, start all. Make sure it's clicked. Okay, and then that starts streaming up into the title there. That's all good. I leave this alone for moderation. This is how I drop back in and moderate on YouTube, even though that requires almost no action on my part. But now I go back to the other account and hit refresh. Here's the stream. And then we pop this out. This is, I'm sure there are tools that do this kind of job for me easier, but paid. I am on, I don't pay for any of this stuff. So there we go. Food just arrived. No problems. No problems here. You're not under contract to be in my chat. I'll pop in on people's streams and like leave randomly. Just because I'm like, everybody's calling upon O'Bother to do stuff around the house, like little jobs. And so I'll sit down and I'll go, time to work on something. Let me see what Flatulent Gonad is up to. Let me start working on, and then I get called away. Like that happens constantly in my realm. So I will, sometimes people will go, "Oh, bother, if you're still there," and I'm gone. Like, it's tough. It's tough. Yeah. The times when I stream are the most concentrated time for me to actually get things done, and be present in the shop. So we got to figure out a solution for more potentiometers too. AFK champ. Yeah. It's like my time is not my own, ever. Never. Somebody needs to get one of the batteries from the battery station that I set up specifically so that there would be a battery station, but they don't want to move their car. So instead they call on me to reach for the battery, and it's like, I have obligations. Like, God. Well, anyway, it's not that big of a deal. Shit happens. So we have almost 6 outputs. We only need 4 to test this thing, which is why I'm moving along. We're moving on to the actual stuff that we can test. And although I would like this thing to kind of be on the test stand and be the actual modular module, it's going to take us some time to get there. I really don't want to use AI to do the programming, though. I need to figure out how to get screens with menus and stuff. Seems to be something that's coming up more and more. This thing we need to get into pocket mode. I think if I may have to order a battery or take apart a battery in order to fit a battery in here. And then this will be the Poop Finder 3000 because it's a thermal imager, and my dog poops outside, and she poops outside and it's brown. And the leaves outside are also brown. The only differentiation approachable is thermals. Poop is warm. For a time, anyway. These are simple statements that go together and create a complex system. The wonders of life. So I guess we should pull up my pathetic recap, huh? Where is this window? Can't afford that. $50 though. I wonder how well it works or doesn't. Yeah, I want one of those so bad, but I don't know. For $50, I guess I could try. What was this video? Oh, something about screens. What was I gonna look up? What was I gonna Google? Oh, my recap. Twitch TV Bother, and then it should probably come up in my alerts or something. Stop it. Thank you, Jen. Recap. Let's go. Okay. All right. Whoa. I hate these things. I really do. I don't like these very much. For a viewer, it's like, how pathetic are you? And then for a streamer, it's like, how pathetic are you? Let's go. 518 hours streamed for 122 streams. Remember, 365 days in a year. Distinct days, 120. How does that work? Do we bounce on the stream at one point? That doesn't make sense. What are those two streams? There's some kind of a, I guess the split streams where like the power went out. Total hours watched, 23,610. By the way, if you look at like a real streamer, this is like in like 7,000. This is the 7,000 is like, or no, not hours streamed. Sorry. What is it? The total viewer thing. I don't know where we got 251 viewers. Was that, who rated at that time? It wasn't Roboz. It was some other popular streamer I think rated into us with like an obscene amount of people, and I forget who it was. Who was that? Was that no, the Dex bonus was 2 years ago. I'm top tags, electrical engineering, type 1 diabetes. All right. ADHD's not in there, huh? Guess we just do type 1 and electrical engineering. Man, some kind of a muscle feels like it wants to cramp in my left side. I don't know what did that. I was lying down on the floor playing with Willow, so maybe that's what sent me over. 35,631 chats. Top emote is, of course, yay, as usual. I need to go through these emotes. I need to make you guys some new ones. I haven't done that. I've been remiss in my duties. I've not been a good streamer. 154 times, huh? Yeah, that's not a lot. These little quippy chat comments are very weird because they're the same for all of these. Biggest fans of the year: Pseudo Maze, Flatulent Gonad, Esports are for losers, Captain No One, pseudonym, ha ha, Y-Walk, Brink GG, Makotronics, and of course, Mahalo. Hey, you guys are awesome. Thank you for the only 6 people that watch me. Pump up the numbers. The numbers are pathetic. I don't know how to get more numbers. I could try to do like weird stuff. Collaborations of the year, fucking nothing. I haven't, no. Raids received 55. Code Rush, Cosmo Quest, and Louis. 19, 10, and 3. Hey, you guys, the three of you are holding me up. What's up, Pseudomaze? Yeah, you were just on the spotlight here. Up as one of the top fans of the show. Look at you. I don't know if these are in any particular order. I don't know. It's like, I'm not a big streamer, right? Like the people that I see, oh God, that number of raids. The people that I see in here are like friends. Like I know these people. I know them. It's not sort of a 7,000 people in chat kind of relationship. Always lurking. You guys are great. So I've received 55 raids and I've sent 3. Let's not dwell on that number. Okay, moving on. Who did you raid? 3 people. Conad and Rabaz. Raided Rabaz once as an experiment, and I don't think he saw me raid. 10 clips. We don't get a lot of clips here, but everybody gets their own. 10 unique clips. New followers, 706. This is 10 times smaller than the next streamer up the ladder. It's kind of crazy. 70 subscribers is for a year that doesn't have the subs board. That's fine. 29 hype trains. That's pretty good. And then 174,000 points. It's been a while since we had the fart box running, but this is almost entirely the fart box is doing. It can't fit inside of the box. You would expect larger streamers would have more point activity. We're going to get that number up. That number is going to be 3 times larger when we get the front end of the shop worked out. And there's just a goat. Okay. Based on all this recap data, this year you were the grass toucher of the year? What does that mean? Grass toucher of the year? What? Wait a minute. Gas buildup. There's probably some kind of a condition that chat is starting to sort of get. I can't words today. My big word bank is dead. Yeah, they're probably coming down with a bit of a gas related condition, seeing as the fart box has not been repaired for some time. I mean, you know, I walk my dog, and I said I tell people to go touch grass before ending the show a couple times. Maybe whatever AI closed caption bot is sniffing around on all my excrement, all the words that I've said in text form. They kind of dug up that phrase, and then it became that. I don't know. I don't know how this works. Oh, where are we? And then we get in a mode. What the fuck is that? Some kind of AI. What the fuck? What is that? What? A 7-fingered thumbs up? Is this a Twitch thing that I don't know about? That's really kind of weird. Just chatting champion of the year was mine. And then there's the recap in a nutshell. Look at all these categories that I stream in. Together for whatever. I don't know about that. Yeah, this is what it takes, folks, to become a pathetic Twitch streamer. Not full time, even though it does seem like it. Part time. Yeah, it's just whatever. My pathetic recap. I got to do something about these numbers. I don't want to tell you guys how many consecutive days I've been on Twitch. I don't want to talk about that. Well, we've had a good time. We've done a lot of stuff. Yeah, that was the Indiana Jones, the cut line, where he says it very pathetically. You got to say it like that. I mean, there's no other way to say it. Oh, we got to boot the boop the snoot. We got to boop the snoot. Turn on the oscilloscope. Ready? Here we go. This is a current year oscilloscope that I spent $1,000 on booting up. Ready? Go. You may think I didn't hit the button properly, but I did. I hit the button. I definitely, there it is. 2024, $1,000 oscilloscope. Let's go. Here we 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 go. Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing right now. Oh, it clicked. It's still not. Oh, there it is. Yeah, yeah, let's go. Nah, keep the 1980s giant storage scope. I mean, swap, yeah, but keep the. I had some vacuum tube scopes, and I let them go, and I regret it. They might not be worth anything, but they still work. Hey, the other Lone Star saying, mix it up. How you been? How you been, brother? Crazy times, crazy times. Oh, I'm bouncing my leg, and that's making the camera move. Whoopsie-daisy. Yeah, we have the fast booting scope. Super duper awesome. I need to organize all this stuff. This is all Eurorack chips that are going into and possibly repairing other designs around here. I've got those two 303s that I need to repair. Oh boy. This thing will help me do it though, I think, because this way I'll be able to inject a full signal into the 303 and see what comes out on the other end and see if it is in fact a certain part of it that's failing. I don't know why we're not getting like any volume out of it. It has been a crazy year. Crazy, crazy. That's 33 months. That's a good amount of time. Thank you. Where's that USB cables? Right here. Take a look at this. I don't know who makes this. I don't know where this comes from. And if I can find a 3D model of it, then I could build an enclosure around it. They like polar bears. There's a little polar bear on the side. There's the power switch, and then oh, it's USB-C. That's. Let me get a USB-C cable. 1940 scope, one input XY display only, boots in 6 seconds. See, the thing is, like, a scope like that would be great for me. Not because I have space for it, but because I could just put an audio channel into it, and then I can have something in the background that jumps around. I've been meaning to look at some of those things that you guys pointed me towards. The whatever it is. Man, I forget the name of the program, but it's a program that'll let me utilize all this RGB that I've got going on in here and set up zones for the RGB, and then this could be a VU indicator, just a voltage level audio indicator, so that when I'm talking, that thing would be lighting up. Or when there's audio coming out of the computer, maybe just something to look at for BRBs. I need a USB-C cable. I think I've got one in here. Yes, I do. But at what cost? Stupid wires. Wires everywhere. Not a drop to drink. Let's see. Where is that? It's got to be in here somewhere. I have rope and a grappling hook in here. Of all the things to keep, rope and a grappling hook and vintage safety goggles. Why do I do this to myself? Why do I do this to myself? That's all of my measurement stuff. There's a radiation measurer, a rotation measurer, a measurer. Any of these USB-C? There's a USB-C somewhere around here that I can use. Oh, I guess I could use this. Yeah, I'll just use this. Same thing we were using for the synthesizer. It ain't special, it's just USB-C. Whoa! You guys' neck snapped. Did I flip it the wrong way? Eh. Hello? Hello? Well, now it doesn't work. We had it working before. How could it have died between here and there? Or is it the wrong direction? Which direction's on, which one's off? It says on. I see a little on indicator right there. Is this power supply is too USB-C for it to work? Huh. How does it not work with a regular USB cable? Ouch, ouch. Oh, that's who is 40% of the hours in 2024 I spent on Twitch. I have 2 days that I did not spend on Twitch. It didn't cap hours. It just said the days. So, I mean, geez. Wait, what were these? How come these are balled up still? Oh, these are the nice audio. Or no, there's Texas. TL074. Why do I have a roll of TL074s? Huh. Guess I haven't used them yet. I don't have a TV or anything. Just have Twitch and YouTube on the background at times. Yeah, same. I do the same thing. I use a gargantuan amount of bandwidth for these free services. Yeah. No, that's super duper duper common is, you know, just leaving Twitch up on the background. Super duper common. Let me get a USB-C cable here. Try to power this thing up. Whoa! And there goes the lighting stand. Just as I reached the cable. Just as I reached my goal. Anything break? Nope. It's super Legera. Ah! My mic pack fell out of my pants. Why? Why must you do this to me? Now my USB cable's wrapped up in my audio cable. Am I still talking? I'm still talking. I'm still talking. I'm still rapping. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. All right, I'm back at the desk. Does that count as a drop? It can. We haven't had a drop in a little while. My network shows me it's 464 gigabytes down. Jeez. I mean, you know, we've gotta recontextualize what we think is a lot of bandwidth anymore, because times are changing. You know, what we were used to in the past doesn't really cut it for bandwidth anymore. Is this even sensing anything? A little bit. It's just so tough to see, which is why I need to put lasers on this thing. I need to. I am obligated to put lasers on this thing. Very dim screen, too. There's a battery indicator, but the battery's been removed from this thing. It's actually easier to see through the camera, to be honest. Like through this view, since it's smaller. This is really dim, though. We get a temperature reading. Different color palettes. Presumably make stuff more visible. But so this is only thermals. It does not show, why is that so dim? Hold down color. Is there like a mode where I can set the brightness? It's just this one little thermal sensor. It's not very good. So this would be the Poop Finder 3000, since it's actually very small. And I need to put a battery in here. Battery's gone missing. And then lasers. Need to figure out a flat laser that projects outward so that we can have a thermal image. You know, you recognize that there's something warm here-ish. And you know that somewhere straight ahead is the poop you're looking for. You need to pull it back into the visual spectrum, because otherwise this thing is just useless. But it would be really, really, really effective in the fall at sensing where dog poop is in leaves. It is a thing that would have been useful a couple times. My brother just gave this thing to me for Christmas. It probably was a project of his that went awry, and then he decided, screw it, just give it to my brother. But I immediately will find use for it in detecting dog poopy. Shame I can't find a part. Oh, what's this? There's a memory card in here. 32 gigs? What is with these people? Hold on, I'm gonna cough. Okay. These people in my life give me an electronics doodad. This is the second time it's happened in as many years. And the doodad in it has a memory card that they forgot about. And the memory card they forgot about is like top of the line, most expensive memory card I've ever seen. 32 gigabytes? Are you kidding me? The Flipper Zero had a 64 gigabyte card in it. Insane. And you know it's going to be dog shit on that card because this imager is like 12 by 12 pixels. It's not, you know, this isn't the Lepton core. It would be nice if this thing had pads for a Lepton core, because I could use my old one with this, and we could get an image that's more akin to this. Much more useful. You can actually see shapes. This thing is like 4 by 4 pixels. The advent of cheap thermal vision is pretty cool. Almost not worth it to fix that other one, but you know, might as well refurbish it. Gold-plated contacts. Yeah, that's one of the big lies that the box places try to sell you, huh? They couldn't make any more money off of the electronics, so they decided that cables would be the new thing. And in an analog world, that all, you know, makes perfect sense. Oh, it's a little brighter sound because of the contacts on this cable, because the cable's connection point is like a major hurdle for the power to go through. But in a digital world, yeah, no. There's a lot of half-truths and withheld science in that industry. on the boxes of those things. All right, let's see here. So we've got a bit of a task ahead of us. It's not daunting. It should be a pretty decent stream to go through. Chat seems active. Consider clipping this moment. Literally 2 messages? Wow, what a moment. Oh my God. Oh, it's so exciting and not totally pathetic. Hello, is analog sound better than numeric? Oh boy. Yes. On a superficial level, it is, because when you're reconstructing sound digitally from ones and zeros, there's technically stuff missing. That said, I can generate a sine wave with absolute clarity from a DAC that's using I2S at a certain speed of communication. So, use about 100 gigabyte on YouTube per month and 50 from Twitch. Not too bad. That's pretty good. 100 gigabyte from YouTube and 50 from Twitch. I thought Twitch would be way more bandwidth because you just throw it on and it's on constantly for hours. I have Twitch on in the background of watching YouTube videos. Found out for some reason Android Auto is using 30 gigabytes, even though I only listen to Spotify. I need to like set myself up with Spotify or something. I don't use anything like that. You know, I'm of an era where we would collect music illegally on our things that can play it, but like I don't drive that much anymore, so I'm not listening to music all that often. If I were doing more work around here, I probably could put on music, but I don't really find myself doing that. You know, if I'm programming, I'll have somebody stream up just as something in the background to kind of fill space while my brain tries to mold itself around this entire program all at once. The entire operation of the microcontroller all in one brain, and then somebody goes, "Hey, oh bother," and my programming that's crystal clear, visible in my mind's eye, just goes, and it's all smoke. And I'm like, what was I doing? Can the mixer be named Blender? No, because Blender's like a totally different piece of software. I'm a weirdo that puts on lower Twitch bitrate since I mostly listen. My YouTube's been doing that. It's been defaulting to 360p, and I'm watching something and I'm like, why is it blurry? Like, did they get the worst capture of this? Like, no, these are professionals. They're doing everything in like 144p. What's going on? And it's just like so blurry, and I don't understand why. Go down to the auto thing, and it's decided that 360p is the best for my auto viewing. Why? Why does it do that? You put it on auto, and it just defaults to the lowest now. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? If I'm mobile data, all my streaming apps set to go to 1440p. Yeah, well, I still have this data plan, and it's cost me probably $1 billion. I have the expensive AT&T grandfathered in unlimited data plan, and like I should probably keep that. It's just I don't travel enough to use it. I don't travel anywhere, and like I don't get reception here. I barely get just a little wisp of 5G makes its way into this household. So I don't really know what I should do here. I'm mostly on Wi-Fi all the time. I think I use less than 2 gigabytes a billing cycle. 1 bit per hour. Save the energy, save the data. No, I'm part of the problem, actually. All the streaming that I do is going into the infinite well of organization from chaos, data sync. Somewhere in Twitch, there's a bank of hard drives that all of my essence is being saved onto. I'm part of the digital garbage that's being accumulated and will eventually make its way into some hyper intelligent AI's robo brain, so that when it's putting singular potato chips into a bag for human consumption, it can kind of glitch out a little bit because of what I've said on all of my streams. And one time it'll glitch out a little bit, and then all that data gets organized somewhere else, and that's it. That's the final remnants of Oh Bother in the year 3355. After that, I'm gone. There's no more of my influence in this world. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll drop the potato chip. and then the whole factory line will get crushed. And it's just because somebody said PogChamp in my chat. That's it. I wouldn't ask it. It seems a little nettled, and it's best just to leave it alone. This is, of course, a doll hand that I bought for one gag, and it came with a couple gestures, and that's one of the gestures. And then this is a wine cork. I don't know what brand is doing the glass butt plug, but this had a silicone ring around it that I removed, and then it's perfect for the doll hand. It's a nice little doll hand stand. It adds a little weight to it. It's probably not a great butt plug. I don't know. I'm not into butt plugs. I don't do that stuff. But I'm sure this would be less than satisfying. So better use with your doll hand. What do you mean? That's all it is. It's just one big flared base. That's flared base. It's a flare enough, I guess. I don't know nothing about nothing. Swamp your bad videos with lots of videos. I think they have 97% good to swamp the small mistakes. I just picked a number. I didn't follow that at all. What do you mean swamp my bad videos with lots of videos? As a way to obfuscate the AI, I got news for you, brother. There's no way. Everything we ever do is now going to get recorded and shoved into some hard drive deep in the reserves of a basement where it'll be used to train AI. That's the world we're in now. Every thought and human emotion and interaction on anything is just going to get shoved into a hard drive somewhere. It's like the world we're in now, unless legislative action can be made to somehow keep every single thing that we ever do on our computers from getting recorded permanently. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous out there, everybody. So why don't we just not touch grass? That's the one thing they can't do. You can go out into the real world, as long as they ain't got cameras everywhere. You can go and touch grass, and nobody will know. Nobody will know. Productivity is down 2%. Grass touching has been detected. Delete the cloud. We should. We should. But no, it's going to be tossed from one matrix algebra equation to the other and reduced down to its essence and shoved into the butt of some kind of a robot. But I poop from there. Not right now, you don't. Google Fi cheap. Benefit from equity subsidy. Why do I feel like I'm reading bot language? What was it? Google Fi? Oh, that's from when we were talking about internet stuff. Yes, sorry, I had the wrong window up. I didn't see YouTube action. A quantum computer will delete the internet one day. What? I think an asteroid will delete the internet one day. But Steam is a cloud. It's true. Train the swamp. It's not a swamp. Do, 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 do. You guys can't hear that on YouTube, but yeah, it's just gonna regurgitate the internet, but with enhanced anonymity, and things will be organized a little bit differently. How did collecting all the information go from good to bad? It never was good. It never reached good. It reached useful. All these companies said, wow, look at all this data we can sell. And that's when it went from bad to still bad, but also a systemic problem that's difficult to wrap your brain around. I need to put some of this stuff away. Put stuff away. Putting stuff away fills us with a little bit of calm in this crazy world. Gonna keep the old emote running. What? Bombar 6-4? I don't know. Like a Battlestar Galactica in a world of AI. I can't. There are sentences being said in chat that are fundamentally confusing me, and I feel like I've got some kind of a brain injury. because I can't keep up with all the references that people. I make a lot of references, right? I'm reference heavy in this show. People have gone to the point of figuring out my birth date based on just simply the references that I make. So I understand that I'm part of the problem, but when you guys get all referential like that about like programming stuff, I don't know what the hell anybody's talking about, and it makes me feel like I'm having a stroke. Guess we'll put the motor controller in here. We should put some of these in here before they go stale. Boom, boom, boom. Get them in with the RP2040s. What I want to do for Julian eventually, what the hell is that fucking thing? Is that one of those rat robots from Ninja Turtles? Oh no, it's something completely different. It's a brain remote. I see. Is it like a dolphin? Yeah, the thing about AI is that you can bully it. You can actually bully AI into doing the thing that you want it to do, or saying whatever you're saying is correct. You just simply have to bully it. And for some reason, they euphemize that feature by saying it's hallucinating. Oh, it's hallucinating. I see. No, no, no. I bullied it into doing what I wanted it to do. What was this thing? MCP 4725. Clock, data, ground. There's an output, but there's also an SDA-SCL VCC and another ground. What are you? MCP 4725. Why did I buy a board? 12-bit DAC. Oh. 12-bit, huh? With EEPROM memory. Now with EEPROM. So that would be like a single channel. This is something that I might use in a future, like a VCO, if I make like a digital VCO. One thing that I'm thinking about using, MCP is Motorola. Oh, I guess I never put that together. One thing that I'm using about is making half of marbles. So it would be Mar. Bulls is probably a better if I just call it Blaze. Like call it Bleh. Because it's only it would be a 2 HP marbles MCP 4007. That has to go to a special spot. This is the good input op amp. This is a 3-volt op amp, so if we run this at 3 volts, we can enter. It's got a high impedance or whatever, and it can tolerate input voltages that are Eurorack tolerant. And so that one in particular, you give it 3 volts, and then it's only able to output 3 volts, which means that whatever voltage signal's coming in, you can scrub, and it won't harm your microcontroller. Microsoft is embedding Copilot to the Windows operating system. When will it refuse to do what a legit owner user wants? Don't know. I don't got answers for this stuff. We're sort of barreling into AI at a pretty good clip, and these things tend not to go in reverse. So it's here to stay. We're going to have to learn how to deal with it. So what I was thinking for this for a new module, and it's not something that we've even started working on yet. I'll have to give it some time. If I can get into marbles and the inner operations of marbles, move that over to something like an RP2040, and then put a DAC on the RP2040, get half of marbles working, the rhythm engine that's doing the dun 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 dun, that thing, put that into a super tiny module, and like a 2 HP module. Marbles is a 6-channel engine that does 3 gated outputs and 3 note out sort of random note by note or random rhythm. The middle channel being the main channel, so that one beat, 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 and then it probabilistically goes to either end. And then there's a system of catching up that it does, where if it misses a note, it'll da-da-da-da-da and try to catch up. It's sort of good for a realistic drum scenario. It makes makes your drums sound nice. So there's all kinds of like rhythm and repeatability controls on the front of this. So I'm wondering if I would get away with reducing it to 2 HP. How many inputs do I need in order to run these 3 channels? I mean, there's the 3 here, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need all these knobs, and I'll need a button or 2 to run proper marbles, or I could run something marbles adjacent with fewer controls. Don't really like the changes being made, but I also don't want to switch to Linux. Yeah, like Windows 11 from Windows 10. I have one Windows 11 machine now, and I had the amount of stuff that I had to disable is criminal in order to get it to be an OS and not an advertisement engine. Don't like the Penguin, used Linux over the years, and man, I just wish Windows 7 had modern drivers. Yeah, I know. I'm in the same boat. It's not that I don't like Linux. I've used Linux and I've enjoyed it very much, but I mean, you know, AutoCAD isn't on Linux. If AutoCAD did have a Linux version, maybe I would use it. Maybe I would use it a little bit more as an OS. I just hate being like Windows 11 monitors everything. It's crazy. What part does the user participate in Marble? Well, the whole thing about Eurorack is that while it is a walled garden and your creativity can flourish, there's a lot of automation. I think a lot of Eurorack stuff involves getting rid of you. You're not playing the instrument. You're building the instrument that plays itself. And so Marbles is kind of a part of that. You could send it a rhythm, like a what is it? A tempo, and it'll follow your tempo, and then it randomly decides other stuff with a degree of repeatability because it's music after all. And so this sort of injects a little bit of like life into your automated music machine. That's sort of where it lands. It's also $300. But Julian wants half. He doesn't need the note stuff because he's doing other stuff. And so if I were to do a half, just mar, call it mar, or blah, I could probably just call it blah, just blah. And then I would need a smaller form factor. I don't know, I might be able to do it. You gotten pretty good at FreeCAD? I know FreeCAD exists and it's on Linux. It's just, I don't know, Fusion 360 has been totally fine for me and I like it. I gotta turn this light up. This light's a little dim right now. Touch controls just randomly decide that they'll be dim today. There we go, that's full power. Full power! Came across the interesting, oh boy, what's up, watchmakering? Looking into capacitor leakage, had small parts drawer filled with electrolytics that I harvested 15 years ago. I decided to test. Surprising how many of them completely no good. Yes, depending on the era which you save. Depends on which era. 2 years, 17 days. Depends on what era of capacitors, because we had the capacitor plague, and there's literally a Wikipedia entry about the capacitor plague. It's why most people in my situation, my standing, end up with people's old garbage that you can then simply take apart, replace the capacitors, put it back together again, and it works. It works again because there was just a bad batch of capacitors. Like, it infected everything. My TV is randomly turning off. It's a bad capacitor. Why, most of the time we say it's probably a bad capacitor when something goes bad or wrong, because that's been the case for the past decade, is we're still finding these capacitor plague caps and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Has flashbacks of bad capacitors. It's like every device could fail at any minute now, just because of these capacitors, because of these damn Panasonic capacitors. Yeah. So many for me it was flat screen TVs. Everybody's monitors. Everybody's monitors. So many capacitors replaced in my day. What's worse is when a circuit had the audacity to not work after you replace the capacitors. I went through this and I replaced all the capacitors and it still doesn't work. What the hell is wrong with me? Or them? What's wrong with them? Use gyrator circuit to replace it with an inductor. There's an idea. I replaced all your capacitors with inductors. Let's see how it goes. They had me enable core isolation. Oh, I disabled all of that stuff. I was like, this is a portable device with my games on it. I do not give a crap about anything security related. I don't care. Core isolation for me to run some of my own simple batch files. I had to disable it. I had to disable only run signed scripts. Like, what the, yeah, it's just from our, so most people aren't using their computer in that deep of a level that they would need to do that. There's a lump right here in the surface. I think it's just this thing. Used to work in a mom and pop computer shop. Bought a few huge pallets of those Optiplexes, refurbished them with new OS and whatnot, sold them all. All of them came back not powering on. Oh, it's a nightmare. That's a nightmare. Yeah, we need to see what your processor is doing for your own good. You'll be fine. We need to take up all those processing cycles. I remember back in the day, I would hit Alt-Control-Delete, and I would end everything that wasn't simply Windows XP. And only Windows XP would be running on the machine. That's it. Literally nothing else going on. And you'd start up your game, MechWarrior, and it would run perfectly because you stopped every other side process from existing. But then Windows XP gave way to Windows 7. I kept XP for as long as I could, switched to 7, and now you've got a whole pile of processes. Yeah, you're not allowed to think about anything but that start menu and the game that we're trying to play. That's it. No cycles into anything else. But now I've got so much stuff baked under the hood that we can't keep it straight. I can't keep all the stuff straight. You have to Google what these processes are and whether or not you're going to nuke your computer by ending it. I couldn't reach the Ethernet. I'm going to die as a computer brain. It's like, come on, man. Remember, you plugged in your computer into the wall and the command prompt came up after running some simple configuration scripts. That era skipped me. I was using Macs at that point. So for me, that era is window comes up and it starts loading extensions. Trying to source bags of caps that were good in the dawn of the internet e-commerce. So you had to go through individual capacitors and figure out which ones were good or bad in the height of the capacitor plague. That's terrible. That is a flashback if I've ever experienced one. All right, so we're going to try to build this mixer today. Means I need to get all of the parts that we're actually going to use in the mixer, which is this right here. But we're going to retool this a little bit. I'm going to rip up all this stuff, and we're going to retool it. We're using parts that sort of defy my sense of scale. I don't know how we're going to do the inputs. Maybe we need to alter these so that they also have a pin plug so I can run the signal into here. I think that's what we'll do, instead of getting a bunch of Donkey Kongs onto the board. Even the good ones, yeah, we're just a time bomb with a longer fuse. I believe you. I don't think even that's a conspiracy theory. I guess they fixed it now, though. I guess. Oh, these are specific resistors for the potentiometers. Well, we'll use the surface mount resistor trick as much as possible today, because we got a big circuit to build. This is the whole mixer circuit, including all of the correct parts, and we need to get it to be, I think it was 3 volts. Like, as 3 volts is like the max, and that's not a peak to peak. We need to do 3 volts, 0 to 3 volts as the output signal. Throw an EQ in. We don't have space. We've got half of this. Half of this is the size of our thing. Like, when you make an EQ, what you do is you throw in op amps for each frequency. You need an op amp for each frequency that you're EQing, and then you emphasize or de-emphasize those individual frequencies and put them all back together. So while it is totally possible for me to do some kind of an equalization on this, I'm not going to do it. What we do need is left channel normalization. So we need to be able to boost or unboost left side. We'll have to figure out what that entails. This is the input circuit for the amplifier. Oh, I'm going to need another one of those. Yeah, it's a stereo mixer. We're taking 4 channels of Eurorack, and we are mixing them into left and right output for headphones. And I've got a specific driver. I've got a headphone driver that I'm going to use. We're probably going to need all the time I can get, so we might as well just get started. This is going to, today is going to burn. Today is going to burn away. Let me get the music out of here, and then I'm going to start working. Because we got work to do. We got to do work today. Why am I moving my neck like that? Weird. That was the pause fart noise. I'm going to get the fart box working again. I'm going to see a doctor about it or something. I have Node Red working. I think I've got the right node for it. I need to sit down and get that working on my own, because it's going to involve like streamer keys and stuff that I can't show you guys. We've done it before on the stream where I register a robot with Twitch, and we get, like a thing working. Those expire because they're their HTTPS certificates or whatever expire as well. So there's like, all this stuff expires, and then I'm forced to go into whatever programming language I used 4 years ago to make this bot and reinstate all of its credentials. And so we tried that, and for some reason, all of the step-by-step easy guides just like didn't work this time. And there was nothing changed. It's just my own abilities, I guess, rusted. But what I'll do is I'm going to get that Node Red working on my own, and then I've got one singular entry point for all of the interactivity stuff around the shop. So Fartbox, the Furby, I'll figure something to do with it. All that stuff. We can maybe put like an AI voice behind the Furby, and the Furby can be like, "Bother, I don't think you're doing this correctly." And like, who the fuck said that? I think that would be very funny to do. And of course, we need to put lasers in the Furby's eyes. That's a non-negotiable. But the point is, I need to do the Node Red stuff in order to get that all running. So you guys will be able to fart soon enough. That'll be the first thing that I fix. Yeah, we have a fart box, and when you guys tell it to fart for 2,000 whatever channel points, it will make a physical fart noise in my shop. It's not that it plays a noise on Twitch, because I can just mute that. No, this thing actually goes like over there. And so the times when I use like the milling machine, or I'm soldering something that's very fragile, or my butt is on camera, people will make actual physical fart noises in my shop. Everybody says, hook it up to something that sprays. No, I have a dignity limit on that. All right, anyway, so that's stuff that's going on in the background. Show the sacred paid numbers? What, you mean the Twitch stuff? It's on the Discord, by the way. We looked at my Twitch recap. We'll look at it again. They're pathetic. Pathetic numbers. Why did that not take? There we go. Yeah. Streamer. 518 hours behind Oh Bother. 122 streams. Weirdly, 120 days streamed. I streamed more times than there were days of the year. What'd you do with like a daily? You probably had a connection issue then. That's what I think those two streams are, is a connection issue. My internet has been wildly stable since Fios upgraded all of our shit. We're in gigabyte territory now, and yeah, it's been very stable. I think also the power company cleaned up branches around lines. We bought a generator 2 years ago, and we haven't had a proper power outage since then. Not because of the generator, well, because of the generator, but not because physically, not because the generator turned on. It's probably because of the karma of spending all that money on a generator. It was not cheap. We spent all that money. Makes the house worth a little bit more, but still, it's like every house here has a generator. It's legitimately loud when the power goes out. 326 days streamed. You guys would not have a coherent, you almost don't have a coherent streamer now with 3 times a week. If I did 326 days of streaming, my brain would just be gelatinous and I wouldn't be able to understand human language. There were comments today where I read them and I feel like that I'm like reading AI. Not really AI, it's just I don't get the references, and so they're just completely alien to me. When I stream, the brain is closed. It's very hard to get new information in. 120 distinct days, total hours watched, 23,610. I don't know how pathetic that is. It may not be pathetic. That might be a totally honorable number. I know that as a partnered streamer, I am in the 1% of the people who actually stream on the platform, but I don't know, like, compare me to somebody who has 800 people in their chat. We are a small stream here. Top streamer of the year. Okay, so the top stream reached 251 viewers. I don't know when that was. That was a raid. That has to be a raid. There's no way that I get that many people watching me at any given point in time. Maybe if I streamed evenings, I would get more people, but it had to have been, if it's 250, it's not Rob Oz. No, I never got on the front page. You have to actually apply to go on the front page now. There's a thing in the Discord, the Twitch Discord, where it's partners only, and you apply to be on the front page. So it would be neat to get on the front page one day, but I think everything we do here is too pathetic for the front page. I'd have to like build a meme of some kind, which I guess we could do. It's just my level of craftsmanship that I will accept into my heart of hearts is far too high for any kind of a meme stream. I've seen some pretty sad front page streams. Aw, so you think I'd fit in? Maybe if I make a cake farting machine. All right, 251 viewers though. That has to be a Louis raid. I bet you that's a Louis raid on the heels of a Djibouti raid. No, because maybe not. Maybe it's just, that was some other channel, I think. I think it was just some other channel that said, hey, look at this science. Oh! No, that wasn't... Was that Pendleton Ward? That might have been Pendleton Ward. That was the Pendleton Ward raid. That was the creator of Adventure Time, who I am a huge fan of, having Oatmeal Man, as a friend of mine, in his stream suggest raiding my channel because it's art adjacent. And so the creator of one of the more creative and interesting and frankly funny cartoons out there, somebody who I look up to, raids into my channel and I have nothing. I'm just like, hi, It's just like, hey, what do you do here? I don't know. I think I'm going to cry here is what I'm going to do. That was the Pendleton Ward raid. Oh, man. What a day. Like, what do I have to show for it? Nothing. What did I have to show for it at the time? Nothing. Here's my wall with a project that we haven't finished in 2 years. That was a weird day. That's the weirdness of Twitch, though. It's the weirdness of Twitch is that some famous person who you look up to and you never expect your lives to collide can suddenly be dropped in. Very weird. Okay, tags of the year. Well, I haven't changed my tags from day to day because I, believe it or not, in spite of health insurance trying to insinuate otherwise, I still have diabetes. I still have type 1 diabetes. That's not going away. In spite of what the insurance company makes me do in order to get my medication. Where's my audio? Where'd my audio go? Hello? Can you guys hear me? Oh, I scrolled down. Yeah, you guys can hear me. You guys can hear me. So I scrolled down on the audio inputs. Yeah, so type 1 diabetes, in spite of the fact that my insurance company makes me explicitly state, they make a doctor explicitly say, yes, he still has type 1 diabetes. It's not a curable condition. That tag isn't going anywhere. Electrical engineering, I mean, what else are we going to do here? That's right. Thank you, Twitch. I really appreciate the reminder of this traumatizing stream that I'd fully repressed in my memory. No, I'm not going to forget about that for some time. That's not going to be something that I forget about. Being reminded that the 251 viewers was because of that is a separate thing in my brain from remembering that experience. 35,631 chats. You see that number right there? That's going into an AI. Every single one of those, just all 35,631, poof, shove it into an AI. Yeah, it puts a nice tag on it, a nice number on it. Yay is our top emote. Of course it is. It's the happy one. Second happiest is third. Actually, that one's pretty happy too. These numbers are pathetic. Numbers are just pathetic. Oh, look, they rearranged. So it's not in any particular order. It rearranges from visit to visit. Here's the top peoples. Thank you guys for being a fan and actually hanging out. Shove my nonsense into an AI. Typos. Yeah, it's going to be like whatever AI Twitch is producing is going to be toxic as shit. It's going to be funny though. 55 raids. Don't look at that number. 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 Clip of the year. I guess I might be blocking it. I'm not an AI. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. 10 unique clips and 10 total clips. I streamed 122 times. That's what I get. 706 new followers, 72 new subscribers. That's a big number, and I really appreciate that. This is the only number here that I would be considered as big. Everything else about this channel is tiny. 29 hype trains. This one doesn't even fit. Why is it? Why were they not? Because points spent in the channel, it should be ready for like that should be good for like another 5 more digits. Did we have an abnormal amount of coin spending in this channel? I guess those are fart redemptions up until the fart box failed. I say so much stupid shit. I had 236 clips made of me. It's like recap of it's the AI that's being produced off of your clips is just 174,000 points. It's almost $1. Yeah, that's crazy. That's a big number. I think we got to get that fart box working again. This one defies all logic and confuses me. Based on this recap data this year, you were the grass toucher of the year. Do you see grass? Does this look like grass to you? What is that? What is that? Were you just randomly getting a... It means you didn't stream enough. Listen, everyday doughy. Listen here, you little shit. I'm not streaming every day. I'm touching grass. That's what it means. No, I don't know, man. Yeah, what does it even mean? Grass toucher of the year. That says something about you, not me. That's on you. I'm walking away on grass. Grass toucher is apparently something. Yeah, it's a thing. Yes. I don't know. You got that too? Everyone's getting it? Oh. Well, what? Okay, let's move on. And then there's this horrible AI abomination that they somehow let into their graphics. Is a triple thumbs up. Is this like a Twitch thing that I don't know about? I know, I talk about walking a dog, and I've said touch grass as my sign-off a couple times. Maybe that's what it's all about. They should have just make it ass toucher of the year. Just get rid of this. Get rid of the GR. Just make it Ass Toucher of the Year. Make it so bonkers that it just truly, like, Ass Toucher of the Year? What? Why would they say that about me? You know, do something that just really kind of gets the streamer nettled, because you know you're making this thing. This is going to be content for every single streamer. Every single streamer is going to have that block of time where they go through their little Twitch content thing. So making it Grass Toucher of the Year, that's okay. I would just want something completely bonkers in there. Let AI figure out what to call this person. You know, shove their stream into AI's fucking gullet and let them chew it up into you know, and kind of spit it back out into your mouth with something just bonkers. You're mostly just going to do this on stream. You can't draw this out I can't draw this out very far. I'm not looking at my own numbers. I don't want to. It's the story of addiction if you click on that one. Ass Toucher of the Year. Yeah, like it should be crazy. This should generate conversation. And for us, it's mostly been, what? Like, what does that even mean? Absentee Streamer of the Year award. I stream 3 days a week. It's the bottom of the requirement for getting a partner. And it's enough that I have time in the background to make up for all of the smart stuff and the boring stuff that comes with electrical engineering. Speaking of which, this thing. That's not the right one. We want the other one. This thing. We need to get Thurston his music. Thurston listens to music on headphones. If Thurston is to get good music, we need a headphone amplifier, a hamp. We need a bunch of other current amplifiers in order to make them controllable in a complex fashion. And we need controllability of our inputs. So for that, we have possibly buffer inputs. We have current controlled mixers. I don't know why they did this and not voltage. I don't know why they would do that. They make it current instead of voltage. So we have kind of like a current converter circuit up here for these things. And what these allow me to do, the reason that I'm using these and not just audio amplifier, not just operational amplifiers, is because I need complex control. We need a left-right, separate left-right channel to operate the same. Yeah, hamp is short for amplifier. Headphone amp. So this is the circuit that I cooked up. We then put that into our headphone amplifier. Now, what I did is I just got rid of one of these so we could get our initial test running. I'm debating about whether or not I want to split them off with more amplifiers, split off the signal and its inversion and send it into the 2 channels of the headphone amplifier. Because that, I think what that's going to do is there's going to be like a sub-microsecond delay, phase delay here, and that may affect the overall output audio from here. I'm not sure about that. But that's why we do breadboards, so we can test these things. I'm going to be honest with you, Chad. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing when it comes to audio circuits. I've sort of, by the powers of osmosis, I have learned little bits about analog audio and mixing and stuff like that, but I'm not totally sure. It's truly good work we've done here. Hamburger. I'm going to close the window a little bit because I'm actually starting to shiver. There's going to be about 10,000 leaf blowers outside in a minute here, too. They're doing the whole neighborhood again. And I think they've made the hovercraft championships, but can never be sure. They're always whipping those things around out there. All right, so here's the deal. We got a lot of circuit to get through, and we now have a 6-channel tester. Well, I mean, it's a 4-channel tester, to be honest. The last 2 channels were not working too well. But I want to hook up one to the other, so we're going to get that done. Have you ever done an actual breadboard on stream from the beginning? Oh, from the origin of the term? No, but if I got my hands on more things like light bulbs and switches that mount flush to stuff, I would consider getting like a breadboard and doing an actual like IRL breadboarding. And it would be, you know, I've actually seen a circuit that was pushed through a piece of bread in order to make it. And also the old school version is where you've got your knife switches and you've got your lamps that stand up on stuff and you screw that directly into a board. Those are fun. I just don't have the equipment for that. That stuff's not cheap anymore. So this is solderless breadboard, and it is our friend. It is the only part about prototyping that hasn't been completely destroyed by $5 circuit boards. $5 circuit boards are great, but if you're just protoing something out and you want to know if thing works with thing, this is what you plug it into. This is 0.1 inch spaced. That was the original agreement because America invented everything. America invented electricity. Ben Franklin pissed on some grass and said, electricity is a thing, and I'm going to label plus and minus wrong. And so that stuck because he's American, and everybody fucking listens to Americans if they know what's good for them. So anyway, Ben Franklin invented electricity, and then some asshole came along and said, why don't we make everything 1/10 of an inch? So we got 0.1 of an inch spacing on all of these holes in perpetuity, all the way up until some other European asshole invented surface mount electronics and decided to go with a slightly less insane metric measurement. And that's not even, these pins, I believe, are still 2.54. I think these are still in English. I think it's not until we get to like QFNs and stuff, the no lead standards, that we get to metric spacing finally. It's very annoying. If you're going to be working in electronics, you need to be comfortable with the non-metric system, the English system of measurements, unfortunately. But you then also have to be perfectly comfortable with metric. So I'm comfortable with both. I prefer to operate in metric. It's obviously easier. But whatever, I can work in inch too because I'm not a weakling. All right, so anyway, I have set up here power lines. These power lines are for plus and minus 12 volts. That's what we use in Eurorack. There is 5 volts, but almost nobody uses it. In the case of my module testing module, the 5-volt regulator will not be going to waste. It will be used to power the VFD screen. Everything else is pretty much positive, negative 12 volts. It's a lot of power in positive, negative 12 volts. You can do a lot of stuff with it. And mostly in audio, what we're doing is just wibbling waveforms around, right? So plus minus 12 volts goes into a regulator. I've set up these rails to be plus 12 ground, ground minus 12. So on one of the sections, it is a complete plus to minus sweep. Same thing with the other one. It then goes plus 12, ground, ground, minus 12. What is negative voltage? Well, it's just moving in the other direction. What it essentially means is that we've picked a 0 on our number line. If you think about the voltages as a tower, you can have 0 volts, 6 volts, 12 volts, whatever, 24. Your 24 volts and your 0 volts have a potential between them. If we select 6 volts, or rather, sorry, if we select 12 volts, we are at half of the potential for each of those in 2 different directions. So then we reassign 6 to be 0, and that moves the number line up, and now we have minus 12. So from plus 12 to minus 12, there are 24 volts. That's all it means. What's the difference between VCC and VIN? Semantics. That's all. It's all semantics. What's up, Aaron's Guz? That's the wrong Pokemon. Isn't it that plant dinosaur that we should be posting? VCC and VIN are just names of stuff. Oh yeah, sorry, you can send a link. It's nice to ask, and it's nice if the link is on topic. Are they not for exploding capacitors? Yes, they are. What is this? Modular grid? Hive mind? What, is this something that does what I'm trying to do already? Oh, it's like a proto setup. That's nice. These things are nice, but nothing is as versatile as just a regular ass breadboard is the best thing that you can have. And they're cheap. These things generally that are marketed to modular synthesizer people are generally trying to extract a maximal amount of money, although they are projects that people have made. So this is breadboard. You'll notice that breadboard has rows, and it has rows of 5 pins. That's important because when you're manufacturing something cheaply, you want it to be, a repeatable structure. This is basically a clip that is shoved into a plastic hole, and not even in a fun way. It's a clip that's shoved into a plastic hole, and it has 5 contacts that can pinch onto a pin. So you could see there that it's like there are these little pincers, and they just exist in rows, and they're isolated from one another. You can do about an amp of stuff with the breadboard. 1 amp is the limit. Module for prototyping, module, development. Hate it when those clips fall out the bottom. Yeah, the one that I was just showing lost the back adhesive, and so I put a bit of gaffer's tape on it. But I think the gaffer's tape is getting old because, like you saw, it was like flaky. Anyway, this is our prototyping environment. We need to do something to this real quick. We need to add pinholes to all of the different channels. How am I going to do that? Because then we can get our output signal into our input over here. Now, what we're doing today, and you guys, maybe some of you might think, this is redundant. He's already done this. The point of what we're doing is we're doing a full module representation so that we know exactly what our exactly what electronics are going to go into the circuit board. Real estate. Talk about real estate. Real estate being the amount of space on the board that I can use successfully. Real estate is at a premium. It's almost like a reflection of what real world real estate is like. There's no space. There's none. I have no space to populate with all of my circuit. So I need to figure out what the minimal circuit that meets all of my goals is. That's what we're doing today. And we're doing it with the actual parts that I'm going to be using on the board. Like, this is an obscene amount of space, but this only comes in an SO8 package. I can only get this in SO8. The op amps are not TLO74s. They're TLO74 adjacent, but they come in a teeny tiny little QFN package. That's going to save me a lot of space. And then resistors, capacitors, all that stuff, we got to figure out which ones we're going to use and how big they are. So what I want to know, if you didn't notice on that circuit that I showed, there's a lot of op amps that are going into this mixer. You know, you can mix with an op amp. It's very easy to do. You just get a couple 100K resistors and throw them into one op amp. But because of the requirement of having multiple channels follow one individual input control, I may have to stuff an inordinate number of op amps into this thing. Twitch censored the word knobs. What? Twitch, let them be toxic. I have set all of my toxicity controls to as low as possible, because if you guys come in here swinging and call me some kind of a knob, I'm laughing. That's funny. I love that. We've had people who have legitimately nettled me with much lesser terms even. Chat filtering is turned off on my side. You guys are a bunch of knobs. That's not even an insult. It's not even like, it's not even American. I'm just calling you guys, can I call you penis-headed? Bell end? We're gonna censor that? Jeez, you guys, you call me the grass touching a streamer, and then you turn around and censor knob. Is there no justice in this world? Let's put a bunch of sockets on this thing so I can get signals out of it. Got a bunch of sockets here. Do I want signal and ground, or should I just send signals out? I probably do need a ground on these. So that's 6 rows of 2 pins. Which I almost have. We're actually going to need a lot of little sockets today. I'm going to wire that. I guess I'll just drop it right down here, and then I can use, I can use flat line to get over to it. Ooh, that's tough for the middle ones though. Do a block down there. I can figure out this some other way. Drop it down on the resistor. And then it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, maybe that's the way to go, just with singular outputs. And then I'll have to have another one for a ground lug. And if I drop it like there, I can't really get it in. Or I put them over here, run another wire to them. We already have weird issues with this board and all the wires that it requires. It's already got weird ghosts in it. But like if I drop it there, I've got room to go over to it with wire from these two channels. I'd have to go down and around. Or I put it in this alleyway, but I blocked it over here with this ground line. Like if it's right here, that's not too bad. I can work that in. All right, yeah, let's do that. I'll put them down here. But then I'll have to move that ground up. By the time I'm done discussing this with myself, I might as well have just done it. What component are you installing? What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to install a way to get 4 signals into this board. And in order to do that, the headphone plugs aren't really going to cut it. That doesn't really work. So what I'd like to do is install these guys, these little female headers, and then I can just drop this down like that. And it'll easy peasy connect up to the breadboard. That's where we're starting. So let's get to it, huh? I need some wire. Grab a little bit of wire over here. Do I want to color code this? Nah. I'm not going to color code this. We're just going to do it all in blue wire. And then we can solder the pairs down, and I'll add the ground lug somewhere. Probably way over here. And then this ground right here needs to be rerouted. That's easy enough to do. All right, so we're going to do a little bit of this, and then we're going to do the breadboarding from our schematic. Lots and lots to do today. Let's see. So what I want to do is drop this ground down 1 pin. So I can put a 2-pin header like here-ish, and then I can run wire over to it. So we just need to just jork our way around this piece, this whole corner. Power on, solder down here, give me some tweezers. And then I guess I want to cut the line in the 2 spots where we want to reroute. So I'll cut it here. Because I'd have to remove the whole thing if I was going to do anything else. And cut it here. You're coming with me. Cool, cool, cool. So I saw Bike Man playing the Indiana Jones game, and it looks kind of fun. I'm not going to spoil anything, obviously, but that one, like, the 5 seconds that I watched him play this game, it was like, whoa! And then I'm like, well, okay, I'm not going to spoil anything for myself. It looks like they did a pretty good job on that one. I don't know when I'll ever get around to playing that, though. I have trouble getting to games. So maybe when it's on super sale at some point, I'll check it out. Get it for like $3. I'm patient with games. I don't need to play the latest and greatest everything. It's another thumb workout, huh? It's not that much of a workout. It's just, you know, it's a big spring. It's a big spring on this thing. Yeah, it's like they're going to buzz about it for 2 weeks. And once that buzz is over, all the people who aren't paid to play it are going to play it. And it'll fade off into the distance. And then you go, oh, yeah, I meant to play that one 5 years ago. But lucky for you, at that point, it's like $1, and a calculator can run it. And it's been super duper optimized from people having played it. Where are we coming from on this one? Oh, yeah, this is ground. Yeah, okay. So we're going into this one, but we're getting in there a pin early so that I can get a 2-pin connector in. Pretty much right here. Damn it. Oh, come on. Why is that not soldering? Ugh. This is where you add solder to remove solder. I wonder if anybody got more than 365 days streaming on the recap. You always see the people posting exceptions like that. I mean, I guess I could have just gone into the HTML and docked the numbers too, for content's sake. What the? That got us right back to where we were. Maybe there's something over this that it's... No, it's just a resistor over it. Only got 361. Mine was in the 250s. All right, I guess that has to be good enough for us. All right, so wire, and then I'm going to strip it because this is just going to go blankly down. I don't like looking at the Twitch recap. It's like embarrassing. Oh, yeah, so I tried, do any of you guys do, what is it? Non-FDM 3D printing, the goop printer? Because I was trying to get rid of my alcohol, all the alcohol that had accumulated. And so I left it in a Tupperware bin outside to dry, which didn't work because as soon as I put that thing out there, it spent one day outside, all of the plastic became this sort of gel. All the plastic that was in the alcohol became a gel. And so I've got this like white floating blob of just nonsense. It's like a fat barge in the alcohol. I put that into a what is it, a garbage bag, because it started to rain. You know, of course, the day after I decided to try to dispose of all the alcohol, it rains. But I don't know what to do with that fat barge anymore. I was like, I could light it on fire, turn it into carbon. It's embarrassing. 361. 3 days? You couldn't have spent 3 more days on Twitch? 4, rather. You know, like, I don't ask a lot of you. But yeah, I don't know what to do with all that. I've got like a ton of alcohol. It's like gallons of the stuff. Maybe I just need to pour it thinner when things dry off around here. And I can maybe get a little bit more time. Now this has to bend again because it's got to go around that pin so that it goes to ground. And this might actually be where the signal's coming from. Or no, that's the resistor that's going to an amplifier. Yeah, so this has to do one of these little things. Little jorking around. Jelking? No, no, no. No, 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 no. Not that. Never that. Damn it. I still have to go in from here. I don't want to cut the wire that's already there. All right. I just put it in a flat sheet and let it sit in the sun to harden. Yeah, but the problem was it wasn't evaporating very much. I guess maybe because it was a tank of the stuff. I must have put too much down. Maybe what I need to do is get like a metal tray. We have a rubber tray that I could use. That would actually expose a lot of it. Yeah, maybe I'll use that rubber tray. And hopefully the plastic can then just kind of peel off of the rubber. In the end, it's just UV epoxy. Maybe I didn't give it enough chance to evaporate. You can get a UV lamp if it's not sunny enough. That area is where I grow my hot peppers, so I think it gets plenty of sun. Maybe the alcohol absorbed the water in the air too. Does that happen? Yeah, because I had this like ghostly white gel, and I threw all of that into 2 kitchen garbage bags, and I think it's going out with the garbage. which I don't know if that's good. I think that might be a bad thing. Can I get in trouble for that? I really don't want to deal with it, though. Maybe I need to... Maybe I need to empty the bags out, huh? Only if you get caught. There's a lot of that going around, huh? I was told it's such an easy process, and then when I tried it, didn't work. Blowtorch. That surely would turn it all into carbon. Throw it in a burn barrel. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I had a burn barrel. I've seen things in my time go into burn barrels like an entire carpet. Okay, so signal outputs. We're going to put one at the bottom of each of these rows. Looks like, well, that one should get 3. And I want to keep a blank pin to the right and left. Yeah, it's kind of tight in there. Oh well, I have to do it that way. Come on, solder. Ow, it gets hot. It's gonna get hot again. Ow, it's not losing any of its heat. Why isn't it losing heat? Jeez, little bastard. Thing bit me. All right, so I'll do it right by this corner, this front corner, just for consistency. Then I've got to figure out where I'm putting the ground lug. Is that right? Yeah, that's the spot. And then we'll get wires to them, and then we can start breadboarding. There's the one little detail that I forgot on this thing. I could have done this on my own. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. I assume that what they'll do is put it in the truck, and when the truck crushes everything, my hope is that there's enough surface area around it that it... that's not a good idea, bother. That stuff is flammable. Yeah, I think I need to go back into my shame and sort of de-shame it. And get it on that tray. But then when it's on the tray, it's going to become, like, disgusting. Because it's already been jellified. Gelled. 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 All right, there's those. Now we got to work on ground, which I guess we can sink directly into ground over here. Because we know that that line's ground. Oh, this one's going to hurt me. Okay, so how can we do this? Tin foil, that's a great idea. Oh, that's what I'm going to do then. Oh, God, I got to go through... It's a garbage bag that's been sitting outside in the rain all day. Ugh. Well, what I can do is I can use tin foil to line the dog pan. And then I can pour bit by bit, pour it into that. Just, you know, sheet at a time. And keep it thin so that it evaporates. We got there. We got there. Thanks to you guys. Well, thanks to Bovanet. Bova's the only one interacting with me today. The rest of you are freeloading scum. Oh, hi, Incredible Mike. Goop printing seems like a pain. It really is. But when you print with Goop, you can get incredible detail. Yeah, it's a major pain in the butt, but you get really nice detail. Don't mind my painting. That was using paint markers. It doesn't look great. It's not the best look, but the detail is there. What I need to do is I need to separate the glass out to be a separate piece, and then I need this insert a separate piece, and then we can do lights as their own piece with like a circuit board at the back. That's something that I'd like to work on maybe soon. I don't know. Now that I got this milky printer substance, this stuff is the semi-white. It's not fully white. It's just sort of a bit of a smoky white, which means that you can see all these details. It's not completely, you know, it's not piercing the camera lens. Because if it looked like this, the camera would be totally overwhelmed with it. It's a light gray. Yeah, that's basically what it is. But yeah, you can see that the body mount with the magnets is really strong. That just magnets in there. Bada bing, bada bingus. And that magnets straight down, and it holds on to the Atomic SC2. Pretty cool. And it's a little car. It's like a little tiny car. It's like a little guy. It's this little guy. One of the mods that I had to make on the SC2 pan was to file down the end stops for the A-arms so that they would actually reach down. It's weird why they do this stuff in RC road cars. It's like they don't want to use the suspension at all. I think part of it is the philosophy that the lower the center of gravity is, the harder you can turn with this thing while retaining grip. But at the same time, they set these things so low that there's barely any suspension travel at all. And since I am blasting blacktop, I need to have that. I'm not on a carpet. Anyway, I'll put that back up here. All right, so I need to sync that guy into this guy, huh? Oh, and I need to write this thing. This thing's bent. This is going to hurt me. Good enough. All right, so it was on a yellow wire. Here it is. Right in there. Okay, why isn't that going in? Hold on. Yeah, those maze-solving robots are also super light, but they are also built with that same principle of low and fast, and they solve the maze in like a split second. Just like that. Yeah, those things are cool. I saw a slot car race that was done with sort of max speed in mind, and the guy was using fans in order to hold, like, in order to adhere the robot to the track. So it would have this quadcopter propeller thing sitting underneath the robot. And they would go around this track in like a quarter of a second. It'd just be like, ba-bam, and done. To the point where like the side wheels that are supposed to keep it from ramming the side of the cart are doing all the work. And then they have special suspension so that when it goes over a jump, a wing actually redirects air to get it back on the track faster. Very cool stuff. I think more along the lines of it's like a sprung wing that deploys when you go over a jump. Pretty cool. All right, let's get these 6 channels wired up real quick with the blue wire. We're supposed to cut the blue wire. Yeah, how much does computing hardware play into those? I think it's more a burden on the sensors, right? Sensors. I just have to say sensors like I'm in Star Trek. Sensors to maximum sensitivity, I guess. Sensors. Yeah, you have a bunch of actors that don't really know engineering, and they've been instructed that sensors have sensitivity. That's the only way that they're able to describe them. That's why it is the way it is. You got to read the showrunner Bible. and then all that stuff makes sense. Why'd they say it like that? No, it's because the person who made the show didn't really know how this stuff functions, just that it can be explained in a particular way. Part of not knowing how it functions is the fact that it doesn't exist. But that, turn that over, put it to length. I got to get the jacket off of this area. The best way that I have is using the soldering iron. It's not good practice to use the soldering iron to burn away insulation, but it is the only practice that I have that works reasonably well for this type of wire. Now, the Kydex wire that everybody wants me to buy wouldn't burn with the iron, which is an advantage and a disadvantage for this type of point-to-point wiring that I do. See, right now, when I go to pull the jacket away, it's going to pull the wire through, and then all that routing that I did is going to be undone. This little corner right here that I wanted to preserve. It's all just neatness. At this scale, everything is done because it looks good. That's why I do anything that I'm doing right now. My goal is to get the signal from point to point. I could do that with wire wrapping if I wanted to. I choose to solder it to make this semi more permanent tool. And I solder it in the way that I do to keep it neat and organized so that I can look at it and know what's going on. That's really what it all boils down to, is just it looks good. Put a little wire in like that. We're going to go into the second channel of this one, which originates right here. Of course, this is the one that glitches out, so I don't even know why I'm doing this. Got to treat them all equally. Why am I talking like this? Oh, that's the wrong end anyway. Where is that signal? Is that one? Which one is the sending one? Which one is the receiving one? Okay, that one's the sending one, right? I think so. Wait, where's the... Oh no, the wire's right there. Actually need to go this way. Sorry, here. I'm looking at which ones at ease is sending the... Oh, no, go back. Damn it. Lost it. Ugh, okay. Straighten it out again and try again. So we're going in, and cut this, cut that end. Out here, because this is where the wire, that's the wire right there. And so if I go to either end of it, that'll stick out. All the way down to the metal and bend. And then hold it in place. Oh, no. Don't back out, please. Don't back out. Stay there. Iron is on. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, now that's held in. Jeez, that was annoying. Maybe I'll hit the other circle with solder and that'll hold it in. That is a cold weld. If I ever done seen one before. There we go. Okay. That's that channel. I gotta speed up a little bit here. I'm going way too slow. These are all just gonna be blue wires. I probably should have color coded it. Probably, but eh. Damn it. Why are you... So I put it in here and then it springs backwards and comes out. Ah! Why is this so annoying? Why must you play me like this? Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna have to try the dog tray with the alcohol to try to get it to evaporate more. It was so weird because it like I left it out there in a bin. Oops. There we go. I left it out there in a bin, so it really should have gone away, should have evaporated away, but I guess the large body of such a substance doesn't really evaporate. And it's all about surface area. I hate stripping the wire like that. I really do. Always leaves a mess. You work out how this board was giving you problems last stream? No, I don't know what was going on there. Maybe a decoupling capacitor would fix it. That's one of those things that you kind of sprinkle capacitors at until it fixes your problem. I can't think of any meaningful reason why that would fail in the way that it did. We sort of have an inkling of what's happening there, is that some kind of a 60 hertz signal is getting in by my waving my hand nearby, and that 60 hertz signal is doing something to attenuate the output. So it might be operating on the feedback loop, or it's getting into the plus input and then getting compared in the comparator. But beyond that, I don't know what's going on. The circuit has ghosts. That's pretty much all I can come to a conclusion about. And it's probably due to the wiring that I've done here. There might be like a floating lead, or it might be something like something happening in meat space, something in 3 dimensions. Okay, so we came out of here. Is that one correct? Oh yeah, that's a different signal, I guess. Which one is that? One of the op amps. Why is it soldered like that? It should be soldered up. I did it wrong. Stuff like that just plagues these kinds of circuits. The little mistakes where I'm not thinking fully. And accidentally connecting something to something that shouldn't be connected. But that's why we check over our circuits a lot. Like a lot. Always be checking. Check. Forced, you wreck yourself. Okay, so that one's connected up there. That one's connected up there. The same thing over here. These are looking a little sloppy, but they should be okay. So down through here. Oops, not like that. That's the mistake I made last time. Like this. Oh my god, why is this so messed up? Let me do this with tweezers. Put the soldering iron down. I gotta kind of grab the end and wrench this thing to the side. This thing? Wait, did I lose it? I lost it. No, wait, it's still, oh, it's right there. Okay. Still good. Straighten it out. Okay. And then do one of these. That's much neater when I do it that way. We're gonna need solder on this whole thing. Oh boy. And then, so when I let go, here, I'm gonna do this just temporarily. Actually, temporarily, permanently. How would capacitors help? you know, 60 hertz is still an audio range, so it might not be good if I tried to filter it out completely, but you might catch some external 60 volts, 60 hertz that's not supposed to be somewhere with the capacitor. I don't know really where I would be able to put one in to achieve that specifically. I don't have good, like, maybe I need to measure ground at certain places, but then again, ground is what the scope is referencing as well. So the scope's not really going to see that fluctuation. So if I need like an isolated ground scope, some kind of shit like that, I don't know. That's why it's kind of an insidious problem, is that it's catching me off guard a little bit, because I don't really have the stuff to test that kind of thing. Ah, come on. Like, nothing like that cropped up from the breadboarding. Or sorry, yeah, from the breadboarding. We had the whole 6-channel thing working. This is the stuff that keeps me from working on screens. This is what I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn how to program a menu and stuff. It's a little complicated, but there are things to help. If I went to like a color screen, I could use LVDL, which is pretty easy. But we have a little black and white screen, well, yellow and black screen. A little OLED that looks nice. It is all we really need in this application. We don't need a color screen. So LVDL is out. It's LVDL, right? Not LVGL. OpenGL. GLP2 inhibitor? No, that's Ozempic. What was that drug that was Byrizza, my something or other? Skyrizi. The Rizza Dizzler, my G. It's like, are you fucking serious with this medication name? Like Snoop Dogg came up with it. All right, next. So that one went down and over. Now this one goes down and over. Same maneuver. I guess one of these is going to be significantly shorter than the other, huh? That is the origin of the Rizzler, yes. Apparently, someone with a lot of Riz and the Riddler, and you get the Rizzler, as all the kids say now. So you just became hip. With a capital drip. I want to go out this one. It's down here. Okay. Wait, what's... Where the... Oh, it's here. Oh, okay. All right. Very confusing. Some of these are going to be pretty short. In fact, this one could just go down and over. So I'll do that. Oh, God. What have I done? I'm a cool kid. No! Instantly vaporizes from this channel. Oh, never mind. Wait, we're coming from up here. Oh, I stripped all that for nothing. My days of stripping are certainly coming to an end. Which one is the output on that? I think it's the lower one. Because that one is there, and then the output. No, but that one has a wire on the other side. So that's the output. Okay. If I wanted to, I guess I could travel along. Yeah, let's travel along, because I guess we've got the ability to. My iron turned itself off. Why does it keep doing that? Well, it thinks I have the soldering iron in bed, so it keeps me from burning down the house. by turning itself off. You know, it's like I'm smoking in bed. I have the X Games 2000 and something or other. No, that's not what it is. It was the Snoop Dogg collaboration with Gorillaz. That's what it is. I have that stuck in my head. He did like a mid-track thing. We had, from one of those X Games, I think it was the first double backflip, X Games in Philadelphia. We went there and we got this free CD. There's no CD joke there. It's not CD's nuts. We got a free CD and it had Snoop Dogg on it, doing like, X marks the spot. The spot is marked by the X. And we were like, woo, deep. It's from a long time ago. I forget when that was. What year? A million years ago. The best Weird Philly, the thing that I did was the pep rally. I forget for which team. It might have been Eagles, but it was held at the hockey stadium, and it was a wings eating contest. And I had never seen so many bare boobies that early in the morning. It was a very weird experience because it was just pure gluttony on stage, and everywhere else was chaos. All right, this is the last channel that we have to wire in. Oh, wait, this one's... No, we wired this one in, yeah. I could have done that avoidance thing over there. But no, now over here, we've got all kinds of stuff blocking our path. So I can't just do that one wire down there. I probably could come up with something, but let's instead wire this. So where have we been putting the output? It's all the way over here. And it goes to the lower, sorry, the middle of those two. Because that goes to pin 3, which is the output pin. Let's double check that. I gotta double check this just in case. Nope. Pin 3 should be ground. Pin 1 and 2 are the ones that are wired together with the potentiometer. Pins 1 and 2. Why are you guys looking at me like that? 1 and 2 are wired to the potentiometer. The potentiometer is three pins right here. Pins, not 1 and 2. It's that or it's 7 and 6. So these must be 7 and 6. And then of the two, pin 7, closest to the edge, goes up and over. And so it is the top one is the output. So these three, top one is the output. These three, well, the top used pin, the one below it, goes back and over to the pin before, which is the negative input. Okay, so that's our scheme. So far so good. We got it here. We got it here. We got it diagonal here. And then this one is, yep, that's the top one, and it just goes directly over. I could have done that with the other ones too. So now we're over here in Confusing Town, where I have made a huge mistake. Nope, this one and this one. Okay, cool. A little sanity check there just to make sure that I'm doing the right stuff. Let me get some wire, generic, whatever wire I can find. There is a horde of leaf blowers out there. That's insane noise. It's a very weird noise. They get everyone together and they give them all leaf blowers and then go from one end of the neighborhood to the other. This is a double tree, no, 4 seasons total landscaping. One of my favorite political blunders, and it happened right on my goddamn doorstep. Well, this yard crew does a lot of stuff around Philly and the surrounding areas, so they just happen to be the people that we hire to do our neighborhood. They do good work. tilt it so that I can still hold on to this and retain control of the wire. Because I have to like slide my fingers together to twist it. All right. That goes the longest distance. Probably didn't need to get as much wire as I did. I don't even know if my lefts and rights, I probably swapped left and right. I should have kept that consistent. Oh God. Oh no. I didn't keep it consistent. Yeah, I don't know if the left side means left channel. That's unfortunate. How are you doing today? It's recap day. I probably don't have a ton of viewers from doing this. I don't know how I can drive more viewership to the channel. I really would like to. Really would like to, because it would be fun to have more people here. Oh, I was working on the wrong wire, that's why. Like, why does this one look perfect and I haven't even bent it yet? Oh, it's gonna get loud. Incoming! Oddly enough, my dog has not started barking. She normally would be barking at all this commotion. I'm gonna stop trying to bend that wire. That wire is just not gonna cooperate. I'll bend it later. Code Rush is rating for the 68th time. Hold on, we can put that to a number. That's not it. How's it going, Code Rush? What you guys been working on over there? I got my recap with a bunch of very sad numbers. They're doing the leaves outside, so you're gonna hear some god awful noises. Some unholy things are happening outside. All right, all the way down here for my pathetic numbers. Ah, look at how pathetic you are. Oh, one sec, I gotta mitigate this one. Yeah, that was bound to happen. There we go, now it's locked. Aha, yes, nothing but two-stroke fumes. Oh boy, voice to code? Wow, that's kind of cool. I could use that. Okay, this is number 20. Number 20 from Code Rush. I've been plagued with this menu. I've been learning how to code menus in C code, but I haven't gotten anywhere with it. I have nothing to show. They go right up to your house with those? Yeah. That's the neighborhood we're in. It's like a bunch of some connected lots of houses and some disconnected lots of houses. And it's sort of its own little ecosystem. And so we pool the landscaping with Four Seasons Total Landscaping, the one from the political gaff. When they, instead of the Double Tree Hotel or Quad Tree or whatever the hell, it's they did Four Seasons, or no, instead of the Four Seasons, it was Four Seasons Total Landscaping. Because that campaign is basically owes every city thousands of dollars. They don't pay their bills. Oh, is that soldered down? I guess it is. That happened very quickly. Oh man, now it smells like two-stroke fuel in here. Oh, now the dog's barking. All right, let's try to get that to connect. So what we're doing right now is we are finishing up the signal tester, realizing that I didn't have proper outputs. I have outputs to go into Eurorack, but I don't have outputs to go into the solderless breadboard. And so I'm doing that right now. I'm furbishing that. so that we have outputs that are compatible with solderless breadboard. Then we need to implement the full circuit of this device. Where did the wire go that I was using? Dropped it between here and there. Is this it? This isn't it. I don't think there's anything in this. Oh my God, Will's being a fierce guard dog right now. She doesn't realize that she is a cute little corgi. Not a vicious guard dog. So this one's coming from... That one's already done. Wait, which one is the output here? Oh yeah, this one has the hard line. And then this one can't have a hard line because there's no path. So this is the one that needs to output NIC. That's the blank. And then the middle is where this thing comes out. Okay. Yeah, she's viciously cute. She can really hurt you with that cuteness. Off the charts. Why is this getting stuck? Oh my God, I just want to get this done. This, like that. All right, there we go. Oh boy, I pulled on the wire a little bit just to give it a little yoink test. And it unseated it completely because there's like no solder in that area. So let's just throw this out. Solving chat's electrical issues on stream. I have my own electrical issues to solve though. That's where I'm at. How can I be trusted to solve other people's issues if... This goes right here. I have these in N order. I think they're probably all twisted. I bet you I have the left side going to the right and the right side going to the left. Excuse me. What's going on upstairs? I hear knocking. The person whose home is probably trying to direct these guys who don't speak English. It's so silly. You can say whatever you want to them and they'll agree with you, but they're still just going to do the same job that they would do anyway. Which is remove all the leaves. I mean, it's like, come on. What else is there to this? Melty, melty, and then pinch and pull. Yeah, if I made the whole stream just dog eye view, if we put a wireless camera, like a newer GoPro that does Ethernet pretty well, on Willow, and just followed her around for her day, I would have 20,000 viewers a stream. Where do streams like that cap off? Like the animal streams? Because I know that, you know, I was watching a couple of those during COVID, and I don't remember what the numbers were. Easily 20K. Well, the problem is it wouldn't be footage of the corgi. It would be footage of the corgi's vision. So you would see everybody reacting to a corgi, but you wouldn't see a corgi. So what I need is one of those boom cameras to hang off of her butt and sort of up and behind her. And then you would get the corgi eye view with the corgi on screen. That's the important part. All right, so now we have outputs from this thing. We can actually get to building the circuit. What is the circuit going to look like? Well, I've got scratch notes of what it should look like. And I think we are following this to the T. So I need to have multiple potentiometers. I need to have multiple input circuits if we follow this without buffers. If we're using buffers, I don't think we need these, or we still do, I guess, because that's what's converting it into current, because we're going across the 30 kilo ohm resistor. So I guess I need to build one more of these boards, or furbish the second set of inputs on it. I've got a board here with a bit of breadboard on it. California Burbs is 100 to 150 viewers. That's what I was doing during the pandemic. I had some pretty good numbers there for a little while. We got to get to the Zany project. I think that's where we're at right now. Eurorack is very interesting, but it's not doing me numbers. Zany projects do me numbers. I'm talking like a pirate there for a little bit. Army numbers. All right, so a little bit more building of stuff. We got to build some stuff. Get the knife out of here before I poke a hole in my freaking hand. Oh, this is our audio driver with a heatsink on it. I saw a board, Julian and Dave linked me to a board today that had multiple heat sinks on the back. And I'm like, what, really? Is that allowed in a Eurorack system? Heat sinks? Like, what are they using? Maybe their voltage regulator needs a heat sink. Yeah, what's your me numbers? Pack it in me numbers. I have to somehow make this work on this other board, on these other 3 pins, and I guess we'll not be spacing it out. So 2 resistors. I don't really see that happening. Shiver me numbers. Stupid. It's so stupid. Love it. How can I do that? I can go diagonal and sort of, I'm going to compact. I'm going to make the one that we have on here more compact as well. Diagonally. Okay, let's see. I can do this and this. Nope, you're coming with me. What the? Hold on, my tweezers are getting stuck with flux. I may need to clean them off, but the thought is if I can go diagonally, then I can go to the central pin with both of them. Just by their increased length. Perfect. There we go. I need to get this one off and get it soldered up to there. Be careful though, because if I put heat on the resistor for too long, it will desolder the other end. Now that looks like it bridged to the pad. So I need the whole assembly to move forward a little bit. Maybe I can get away with this. Nope. Nope, not even a little. I am not on my most smallest iron tip. Let me go down a size on the iron tip. It's going to make removing the parts a little harder, but it'll make maneuvering them easier by virtue of its size. A little bit more precision. Ooh, okay, hold on, breathe. I gotta hold my breath for this a little bit. Come on, man. No, not on top, like this. That would be acceptable, but I think what I'm doing is just moving it with static electricity. I need more solder in here. These, I believe, they're not 0805. I think they're 0603. I do have 0402s that I could deploy, but I think that's just torture. 0603 is the last of the tiny sizes that actually lets you read the number on top. And that I appreciate very greatly. I do not like Roy G. Biv. I try to avoid straight memorization of stuff. You know, they say the capacitor is optional in this. Maybe I'll take their word. Yeah, it's really the maximum smallness. Anything below that is torture. I can do it, but it's torture. Unnecessary. Yeah, never memorize stuff you could just look up. I don't know how I passed the Roy G. Biv test in college. We had it on one of our EE tests. Damn it. Oh, there we go. That just like magneted it up. Magneted it. All right, now I gotta remove this. And I gotta build it all over again. Oh, come on. My problem with this iron recently is that it doesn't make good contact sometimes. It makes ripping up circuits kind of difficult. The other one had a whole bunch of heat around it, so it was able to just kind of like be its own hype man, and everything around it would become molten. Project modernity. Become molten. I am liquid. No, I'm just sticking you there temporarily. Temporarily. No. Oh, I feel the afternoon of heartburn coming on. Took my pill today. Shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, if I do the diagonal first, that frees up a lot of space. Oh no, that's going over here. Actually, let me do that while this thing is cocked to the side. What the? Ugh. All right. Careful, new. I should have built this on one of those little prototyping jigs. That would have been a good place to build this. We should maybe look that. Let me look that up real quick. Hold on. We could probably very easily build this on, because I got to build 2 more of these. So let me see here. Hold on. I think I have just the right thing. Let me get my circuit board bin of boards. Board. Yeah, something like this right here. I don't know though. Hold on. Let me grab a whole thing of them. Which one is it? It's this one. Yeah, I never get to use these things that I have in abundance. Well, it's not a full abundance. It's sort of a partial abundance. Oh god, that's covered in hair. Whose hair? Dog hair. No, that one has an amplifier on it. Put that on it. No, no, no. This one, with the 4 inputs, it's got 2 of those. Maybe that's not as useful as I thought. It's like I could make it work on those, but it would be a little bit too forced. And then there's these. These only have a couple slots on them. I thought I had ones that had a larger field to work with. Nope, nope, and nope. If I cut up that, and I make the pins that are far... Nah, it's not a... That's a waste. It's a waste of a prototype board. That one's too varied. All right, we're back to square one. Back to square one. None of these make like the input to output filter job any easier. And the 4 one didn't have enough spaces to really... Because I've got 2 and 2. Let's see here. Yeah, the thing is, I need 4 channels that have RC going to ground. So I need more pins than this anyway. But if I did 2 of these boards, well, I've also got these pins too, but that needs to be 2 components going to ground. So I mean, I could do there, and then that could be a ground. Actually, this could work for 2 channels. So I'll get 2 of these boards and we'll make 2 of these filters. It's a lot of excess pins, but it gets us our surface mount filters more easily. Wait a minute, how does that work? Yeah, one goes to the 1 pin, and then the other goes down. So it just has like a little L and then a resistor. Yep, okay, that'll do. That'll do. Let me get pin headers for these. So it's 4 and 4. Probably already have 4s cut out somewhere, but I'll just use these. 1, 2, 3. All right, so that gets us all of our pins. We can now place them. Oh, we don't need the scope on, do we? That's taking up space. I wonder if you could use AI to do those. There are people who have these streams where stuff's like flashing up on screen and like memes about the stuff that's going on screen. I wonder if you could get an AI to do that and to like, you know, move it into view and stuff. Because I've seen streams with that kind of thing going on, and I don't know what's powering that. Is it an automation or is it a person like on Discord doing it? You know, do they just have like a moderator that's sort of paid to play? Oh, that would be a great scandal. What if I became a gaming streamer, but I never did any gaming? Like it comes to light suddenly that, oh, Bother has one of his moderators playing all the games for him on stream. He's got an AI that's playing the video games. Maybe I am just an AI. What does it mean to be real? Do I exist? preponderance of these questions. Blah, 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 blah. The one thing that this is going to do is that on the one leg of this circuit, there's going to be just this big NC floating on it. It's going to be a huge antenna. I'm not really dealing with RF in this circuit, so I guess I can tolerate it. That was a proto burp. The real burps are going to follow in just a minute. The real burps were the friends we made along the way. So this will enable me to have 4 channels of these little current filters that we need to have on this chip anyway. Kind of weird that, you know, they could maybe have implemented these in the chip, make them activatable. That'd be nice. Wouldn't have to spend all this real estate. But this chip was made for an era before the super tiny surface mount stuff. Begs the question about whether or not I should be using it at all. But I guess it, I don't know, it adds something to this. It adds a current control to the whole thing. All right, so now what we need to do is rip up parts from over here and just simply transfer them over to the other circuit. Get an anchor going. Oh, I hate it when this happens. Parts stick into your iron. Ow! something in my shirt collar just held onto my beard and yanked it when I pulled away. Why did it do that? Weird. I think my microphone caught a beard hair. Strange behavior. Don't tug on the beard. All right, that's one. Kind of sloppy. You heard a snap? It must have been the microphone then. Yeah, that wasn't an audio pop. That was a hair being ripped from my beard in sort of a bizarre accident. You know, I'm out here, I'm getting beard hairs ripped off by my microphone, whereas you look at a streamer like Uo's Lab, who's literally working with bare hands and sheet metal and somehow gets away without an injury. I had one stream where I was prepping for stream, and it was back when I was doing brewing stuff. And I started to mess with, I think we ripped off, yeah, that cap's not gonna make it. Okay, this cap, we've worked it too much. The pad you can see is damaged there. So I think we're SOL. We're getting new caps, new everything. New resistor, I think the resistor made it. That's the problem with reworking surface mount stuff, is that these pads will rip off of the chips. Yeah, see, there's the pad from the capacitor. Poor capacitor. Nerf gun nuke was great. It makes me, what the hallmark of a good project is that it makes me want to do it. I have 2 airbag detonators sitting in an ammo can just over there. They're under the desk because we did all that work on the force feedback steering wheel. And so I have my old car's airbag as well as an airbag that came with another BMW steering wheel. It's the one that I use in my car currently. I actually swapped it into my slightly older car in order to have all the modern steering wheel controls from the E46. But the thing is, that netted me 2 airbag detonators. And it would be pretty interesting if I designed like a modular 3D printed, like what the other guy did, but without syringes. You know, instead of syringes, I could just have PETG holes surrounding and an airbag detonator in the middle. And then it doesn't matter if I lose pressure when it goes off, because there's a freaking airbag going off in vicinity to all of these Nerf darts. The other thing I could do is super fragile breakaway 3D print. But then there's a lot of plastic flying around. But yeah, absolutely genius to use an airbag detonator. And then I'm like, I have a couple of those. But he, like, okay, so before stream one time, back in the day when I was doing brewing stuff, I decided to work on some air duct stuff right before going live. Why am I not melting solder? What's going on? So right before I went live, I was messing with sheet metal, and I sliced open my hand, and I had to super glue it back together in order to go on. I made it on stream, but I was wearing this big bandage over my one hand. It healed good. It healed it was such a discrete slice that I don't really know where it is anymore. But it healed so perfectly because it was done with ultra sharp sheet metal. And so from then on, I'm like, you know what? If I'm working with sheet metal, I'm putting on leather gloves, because I'm not messing with that shit again. That thing sliced me open immediately without remorse. What am I looking for? Capacitors. That's coming from the book. And what value was the capacitor? 560 pico. 560 pico. But yeah, I was watching the whole build of that Nerf nuke, and I'm just like, oh my god. What is he doing? God, I can't work like that. I just can't. We work with precision here. I definitely have to get the Furby going, though. We need that chat interaction. You guys need that layer of tomfoolery. We've used a lot of these 560s, and I think it's just from building synthesizer stuff. Yeah, the show lost a significant amount of zaniness when we lost the fart box. I think I need to prioritize getting that thing back soon. I'll try to install that Node Red thing tomorrow when I'm not streaming and play with it a little bit and kind of get comfortable with it. Get comfortable with all the farts. Oh, see, there was still solder on the pad, so I didn't actually get that to solder down. If I can get both of these molten at the same time, which is hard to do with this iron tip, and it's not really going to work, is it? I can bounce from end to end. Oh, see that? I guess that worked. By just luck, that worked. Okay, all right. Okay, so there's our input filter, for better or for worse. Hard to see. I can't see these little pixels. I think that pad is still in there, and I don't know if this is soldered or not. Let's get closer just briefly, just to inspect this, to give it a nice visual inspection. That one's not looking too good either. It looks like we have to replace it. That one is a 30K. Oh no, that's the through one. That's also this whole thing is damn it. All right, fuck this. I'm getting new parts. I'm getting new parts for this. Everything is so like destroyed by my handiwork. You feel kind of bad for it. Everybody out. Get out of my goddamn circuit. You're too busted. You're too busted. You're dead. You come here. Everybody out. Last one, turn off the lights. There we go. All right, let's clean up these pads, and then I'm just going to get new parts for this. So it's a 30K, and it's a 500 ohm to ground. And we'll use, let's use 0805, 0804. Or no, I actually might not have well, let's start with capacitors. Starting with capacitors, we're going to get 3 more of these things. I got the sample book right here. I really try not to draw this stuff out, but I also like my work to work. So I am particular about this kind of stuff. I appreciate you guys sticking with me. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Actually don't know what's going on. What's everybody up to? Oh, we got a couple people here. It's nice. All right, more soldering. I'm basically going to go down the line and do the same thing, only I guess I'm going to solder the top pad because that's where the other stuff connects to. So I didn't really need to desolder this. So let's just get a... Do it the same on every single one, or do I make it symmetrical? Let's do it the same on every single one. We're going to go down to this pad. So the same on every one. Everybody's facing the same direction. They all look like the same filter. I don't need to do shenanigans where I do like, they're mirror images of each other. No, I don't need to do that. It's consistent. Go down the line. Don't need to share pads. Although if I do it here, that means we'd only need one ground wire. Damn it. This way we need 2 ground connections. It's going to save me wires if I do it this way. It's going to use up my precious solder wick. Visual asthma, soldering stream, solder wicking. Very pleasing. My earballs are happy. Owie, and then it pokes me and burns me. That's all ready for caps. Got 2 more to go in. If I do it symmetrical like this, I can put a piece of wire in between the 2 leads, and then all of our grounds are all ground. 1 there. Or I could actually do it under the board too. I could do it pins 2 and 3, go to ground. Yeah, I could do that on the underside of the thing. Those can actually solder in fully. I'll finally be able to find my dog's poop. Willow can poop in peace, and I can find her poop, so I can clean it up. Maybe the neighbors will also frickin' clean up their poop, because they went through and did all the leaves. What's up, Laguber? That's a fun name to say. That is a fun name. Fun. All right, let's get... I don't think... Did we not have the values in the 0805s? I need 30K and I need 500 ohms. I don't know if we had them in 0805. Let me try to find 500 ohms and see if it's in the cabinet. I should get one of those 0805 sample books instead of the big things that I have. I got these big ol' things of resistors. These are the 0805s. So 500 cigarettes. 510 is close. That extra 10 ohms, I don't think that's going to be doing a whole lot to our circuit. What do you guys think? 510? And then do we have 30K in this size? $30K, I'm out of it. Okay, so we need to go to the book anyway. We need to go to the book. I usually am stocked up with surface mount, but is that why the 0402? Where is that book? 0603, here we go. The book of 0603s. First value, let's do 500s. 500. Oh, this one's 510 as well. All right, well, whatever. We didn't have 30K in 0805, so let's get 4 of these 510s. 2, come on, 3, 4. Very carefully put those away because last thing you want is a bunch of these things falling on the floor. Microscope, and then we're placing these across the top row. So I'll move like this. Of course, they always come out upside down, don't they? Wonder when I'll be able to just tell an AI to build me a circuit. Then it can deal with all this stuff. I think we're probably already there. Okay. I'd love to flip it, but I think I have to go vertical just because all the stuff is in the way. No, I'm gonna flip it. Move this out of the way. Get this resistor here. Oh, there's, wait, multiples. That one I think is an old one. Yeah, the old one's a little larger. Okay. Just trying to keep my parts straight here. All right, that'll get more solder as I come around. Yep. And then across these, we need 30K. So I'm going to add a little bit of solder to the other end so that we actually have something to hold on to the chip. Yeah, using new parts was the play. Getting the old ones out damaged them almost universally. This way I can be sure. Oh, and then 30K. I need 4. So what this circuit does is it does a little bit of filtering. It keeps some high frequencies out, but it also filters. Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4. What it's doing is it allows the current-based mixing circuit, current-based amplification circuit, to see current instead of voltage. So basically, we are measuring across the resistor mathematically. This is out of focus, isn't it? Oh, my light, I could use light a little closer. There are my resistors, okay. Try not to lose my grip. Usually when we're soldering on top of that vise. And so it, this stuff is up in the light a little bit more. When it's on the breadboard like this, it's down closer to the desk where my hand is casting a shadow. So we're building the mixer circuit with real parts, with the real parts that I'm going to use in the final thing. That doesn't really matter that much for resistors and capacitors, but since these specialized values, I don't really have these in through-hole, it's easier for me to find in my vast surface mount electronics collection. Whoa, moving all over the place. I think this one's, yeah, that was bent to the side. That's why it was hard for me to maneuver. This is so much cleaner than the other way that I had it. Excuse me. Ugh, that was terrible. I have more control with the small solder, and yet I'm just messing it up. Okay, so there's our input filters for the 4 channels, rather. Now, one more thing that I would like to add, which is to add pins. Well, those 2 pins on that side, I would like them to be connected to one another. Now, where do they go? So that would be 2 and 3. So these 2 here need to be connected to one another. And for that, I have tiny pieces of wire. Make just like a U with it. Too big. Well, I could just do it like that. Iron turns itself off again, thinking that it's helping me. I should have done this without the headers on. That much is clear. Let's see what I can do here. I could do something like this. Nah. Whatever. Don't you judge me. Just a cute little loop. Quiet in here today. What's everybody doing? I guess everybody's working on their own stuff, which is commendable. How many of y'all are going home for the holidays? I could go to my brother's, but I don't know. It's going to be a little bit chaotic there, so I may hang out with you guys, spend some project time in the holidays. Knife, there it is. Kenny. It's not going to work so well. We can metal fatigue it. Metal fatigue, metal fatigue, metal fatigue, metal fatigue, metal fatigue. There it goes. And this is a liability. Come on with me. Metal fatigue, metal fatigue, metal fatigue, metal fatigue, metal fatigue. It'd be good for Willow and I to get out of the house, though. Well, I may send Willow with my parents. Which means it's just you and me, chat. I have you all to myself. Is this bending at a consistent location? I think so. There we go. Okay, so that's more or less soldered in. So that's pins 2 and 3. 1, 2, and 3. It does kind of a circuitous little dance there, just because of the way these things are wired. But now we have our 2 filters connected to a singular ground. Let's check with the other one and do the same thing. It may not be pins 2 and 3. I don't know how I put this thing together. Oh, it is 2 and 3. Okay, same deal. Find a piece of that wire. This time I think I'm going to start the wire at the end. Slide into place. My finger gets very hot in the process. Bend. And bend. It's getting tough. Come on. Come on. Hands are a little shaky today, which they normally are not. I'm used to not having shaky hands. Guess I can just do it this way. I don't know why they're shaking. Man, it is like empty chat today. I usually don't have this empty of a chat. That's all right. We're getting stuff done. We're doing good progress. God damn it. The whole thing just came up. All right, all right. I got to do this in one blow. You know, the line between nonsense and normal chat. Looking at game bundles. Oh, are the big sales up? We got big sales going on. All right, well, that's as good as I can get it. All right, so now we've got filters. If I really wanted to, I could go over these with like a Q-tip and clean off all the flux that's all over them, but I don't really feel the need. We don't care too much about that. Oh. Bob, Bob, what you do there? You forgot a pad. Oh, I see. You're just browsing. One of the servers that I'm on, people were sharing abiotic factor bases, so I had to jump in and get a bunch of screenshots. Apparently, the Christmas thing is out for abiotic. I got to figure out what it is. The Halloween one was fun. I don't know how far I got into it either. How much really there is to explore there. Okay, we're all set. This is ready to build. I want to take a quick bathroom break. YouTube is just going to be subject to having just nothing. And then, what do you call it? Twitch will have music. Let's do some of that, and then I'll up. No, come on. And let's do overlay, and then this is rack view. That kind of makes it a little bit more accessible. Focus on the arm. Yeah, there we go. All right, and then I'm just gonna hit play on this thing. I'll be back in just a second. I just gotta pee. There's the music. I didn't even put up BRB. Oh man, I'm slipping. I'm slipping, chat. Tripping. Slipping, tripping. Oh yes, welcome to my Surface of the Sun stream, where we stream from the surface of the sun. Okay, there we go. Really focuses this far out the whole time? I did not see that. Oh, that's BTS focus. Oh, that one's going to be way out of focus. There we are. How's everybody doing? Okay, so we can finally get to actually building this mixer. We've got a fairly complicated circuit here to get done. It's going to take us a minute. What's up, Miguel? It's okay. Flashbanging my audience. My concern here is that I'm going to need this voltage signal here from the adjustments to get buffered in some way, because we had the voltage drop when we put it to mixing two things at once. So that's what we're going to be able to actually get to look at in this circuit. So we're hooking up the 4 channels of these things. I need to see where my voltages are and where my grounds are and my inputs. So we're going to have 4 inputs on one end. We're going to have 4 inputs, and they're going to go through these 2. Ah, there was a little piece of wire sticking off of the end of that. Look at that. Uo's Lab goes an entire stream without injury, working barehanded with sheet metal, and I poke myself on part of a circuit board that I was working on. God. How am I so clumsy? Why am I still alive? All right. So power and ground, or rather ground and signal, are going to be coming from over here on this device. So we might as well put our inputs somewhere, I guess in the upper corner. Let's go in the upper right-hand corner, and we'll put our inputs through there. And they come in from outside of the board. So space is going to be at a premium even on the breadboard, because this is such a big circuit. So I'm going to put these right up next to each other, just right there on the end. And so that 30K is what the signal goes through. This one's backwards. 30K is what the signal goes through, and then, oh no, it's after the 30K that we have the ladder, or whatever it is, the filter capacitor. It's like this. From the outside world into this. Having this knife just sitting on the table, given the amount of injury that I've withstood throughout the stream, let's just go ahead and move it on up and out. Okay. We're going to need potentiometers from an external source. I have a bin that's full of them, so we should hopefully be able to source them from there, and then I'll have the 3 potentiometers that I need to operate this thing. So given that our inputs are coming in here, this goes to ground. This is this to this. I'm going to sneeze. Oh my God, that was a full-on dad sneeze. I shouted. Whew. You know, dad sneezes, goes, ah! And it like detonates. Input, 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 input into the filter. We're all good. Next, we have one of the chips that I cannot make any smaller than it already is. So I could go all the way down here. Let's just deploy it right here. Let's just go right here. Right up in its face. Bam. Now, what end are the outputs on? It's 13, 12, 5, and 4. So it's pretty much like end to end. 13, 12, 5, and 4. So, oh yeah, so it's outside to inside. So I need a little room for wires. Just a little bit of room for wires. And then I am taking pin 9, 8, 16, and 1 sets mode. So pin 1 to pin 16. Pin 16 is your V+. V+ is over here. I'm moving it over 1. I'm moving it over 1. Just so that I can reach that. That, I think, is a green jumper. Not a green sweater, a green jumper. So there's V plus on pin 16, V minus on pin 9, 7, 8, 9, V plus. Or no, V minus on this pin. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, so we're facing the other direction. Flip it. Because we have all of those available to us on this side here. So pin 9 goes to V minus, which is this down here. And so V plus has to come from here. Oh, come on. We're moving another pin over. Or maybe I'll move a pin closer. Oh, but if I do that, this one doesn't work. Oh my God. As I live and breathe. I just want my pins to have logical paths. So another, no, we need a longer one. Well, we need a ground up top. Ground goes from pin 8. So right here, it's ground. We're at the top of the board. It goes plus 12, ground. Wait, we're at the bottom of the board. I screwed up. I screwed up. I screwed up. Oh, nope. Rip it all out. Turn it all around. My labels they must be preserved. I have to get it right. Let's see. So we're doing input from the other board. I guess if I go upper left to lower right, that's kind of the way that we should have been doing things in the first place anyway. Like reading a book. So input then filter. Wow, these haven't been used. I've always done those sneezes. They're not fun. They're so satisfying though. When you do the big dad sneeze, you go, ah! Ah! Oh, I got a cough now because of that. Man. Coughing and sneezing and burping. I'm a mess. I'm okay. I'm gonna make it. Don't you worry. I'll be there for you till the end. They feel like they're delaminating my throat. This one did. It's not dry out today, so I've got that. 16's V plus. It has to go all the way down here. So I guess it can be out of alignment. 9 is V minus. So that goes here. And then these two. Okay, not allowed to do that. Get this. Ground on that pin. The other ones. Get these out. Get this out of my way. This one goes to ground on whichever pin available. We'll go for that. And that is ground. Ground -12. All right. Back on track. Back on track. We're thriving. We're in our lane. Pin 9. Ground. Pin 9. No. Pin 9 is V minus. 9 V minus. Pin 8 is ground. Pin 8. Ground. That's a yellow. Where'd that third one go? There it is. Yellow. Pin 16 V plus, which is here. Long yellow. That's too long. Slightly less long yellow. Not long green. Long green is huge. Long green. Long red is out of the question. I guess I have to get the wiring kit. I can't just keep surviving off of the dregs. Although these are the disorganized ones. These are all the misfits. Long blue might be able to do it. Short blue, rather. Nope. Not even close. What's road shoe? Is that a new, what's his name, character? We'll get into that cursed affair. Orange? Oh, not quite. Orange needs just a little bit longer. Short yellow from this kit is different from the yellow from that kit. I guess it'll do. I just give it a little kink. There. Geez, that was annoying. That was a very annoying one to do. All right, so that one's fully connected to power now. Let's move off to connect another one, because the next stage of this thing is the same chip again. It's just wired differently and controlled differently. So we'll do same chip and get that all powered up. We will step through this, you know, piece by piece, but for right now, we just need to make all the connections with power. And if we're doing the same thing twice, I might as well just automate it. Just go into a trance and just do this. Things are nice and organized right now. That one goes to lower one, because that's minus. Then we've got yellow up top. The thing about the way that this controls things is it controls it in the current domain instead of in the voltage domain. So if we try to look at this with the multimeter or with the oscilloscope, we actually have to look across a resistor and find the voltage drop on a resistor. So we will probably need to hook up an output stage. So that one's hooked up to power. Then we can go over here and we can do the output stage. So this would be the first of possibly many op-amp circuits. This is a quad op-amp. It's in a QFN package, which means quad flat no lead. It means there's 4 faces that have pins. The pins do not have leads. So you're basically just soldering like a pad to a pad. I don't know why there are bullet holes in this. I don't know why there are bullet holes. But let's get this one hooked up to power. For these, I need the actual data sheet. And then we're hooking up this circuit with 100 picofarad and 30 kilo ohms. I have those stacked on top of each other in little surface mount things because I think the plus and minus pins are right next to each other on these. Let's just check with our, that's not it. Boop. 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 Oh, we don't need this. Luckily, all our power is being handled already. We don't have to worry about power regulators. Voltage regulators. We don't need 3 volts in this circuit. That would be op-amp stuff. I have another window here that has, yes. Yes, I do have another window. I have many windows open right now on this computer. Nope, not that. That's menu stuff. Yeah, it's been a minute since I've done this kind of stuff. All right, so what was the part number? Oh boy. I gotta angle this just right to see what it is. A2K? E334, or is it A2K3? I think a search history might help me here. That's the headphone amp. That's Reddit. No. Are they trying to say the part's bulletproof? Maybe they're bored. B-O-A-R-D. I'm not calling them bored. B-O-R-E-D. Ah, 3-terminal adjustable regulator is not what we have. So QFN16 A2K op. Ah, the O. Wait a minute. Do I have a data sheet here? Oh, that's the wrong thing. Nope. All right, hold on. I gotta find this part. I'm gonna find the exact part number. I could probably go through my search history, but I think what I can do is just look at the web pages that I've opened over here. Do search amp in my email. And I've got DigiKey. Thank you for your DigiKey order. And it's, nope, that's class AB stereo. That's not the thing. 1 out of 1 parts. Did I order? I guess I ordered them as separate. That's very irresponsible of me. There's search of DigiKey. D-I-G-I-K-E-Y. PO acknowledgement. Thank you for your DigiKey order. DigiKey is ship package for invoice. Thank you for your order. Go with the earlier one. Oh, that's the same one. It's this one. And it is ADA 4062. ADA 4062. ADA 4062. My DigiKey order history is searchable in Google because it's all in PDFs. So this is, I did a little bit of searching, and this is kind of the equivalent of a TL074, at least so far as I could tell, searching with the current parts in DigiKey. And it comes in a quad flat, no lead. It also comes in a very cursed, even smaller form, but that's only for 2 amplifiers, and I wanted to have 4. So that's just what I came up with. It was semi-random, but yeah, thank God for email searches. It's helped me find part numbers a lot of different times. Where's your data sheet? Data sheet. I have this part in AutoCAD, but it would be kind of cursed to use. I could order these and use them, but they're only 2, whereas I need the maximum number. So here's our pinout, our cursed pinout of the quad flat, no leads. Now we've tested these in the circuit. That was step 1, was just testing them in the circuit to see if they'd work. Now we're testing our whole circuit to see how little I need or how much I need, because I'm going to need buffer amplifiers on the volume adjustment, which is crazy to me. I save my data sheets to Google Drive, but then I end up Googling it again anyway. I've done that before too. I kept in the file server like a repository of all the data sheets. Some of them get old for some of the older, weirder stuff that I have, but then I just forget that it exists. So I just forget that it exists. So our pluses and our minuses are right next to each other, which means I can get away with stacking surface mount devices for the different amplifiers. So what we've done is we soldered these little guys where it is a stack of a resistor and a capacitor. The capacitor is slightly longer than the resistor. So these are my output amplifiers for this stage here. So we're putting up 2 of these for left and right headphone. Motion detected at the front door. And I guess my 1 kilo ohm RF on that thing is going to be, okay, so what's my motivation? We'll put this in the same orientation as its buddies, just so we're being nice. So pin 1 is over there. And so our power and our ground are connected to, I'm just sort of switching over here to this pin out. Pin 3 is V+. Okay, that'll work out nicely. That'll work out nicely. How nice. How nice of it. That's so nice of you. Very, very nice. How nice for you. Hair's in the way. Oh, and we have to make sure that this one isn't the headphone amplifier. One of these is a headphone amplifier, and I didn't really mark it that well. One of these chips is not like the others. One of these chips doesn't belong in my neighborhood. Or did that one end up on a different board? No? I don't think so. Oh, yes, it did. Yeah. The one that's like, kill me! Please just kill me! That's the one that's our output amplifier. So this is the final stage over here, and we'll observe it on the outset of this thing. End my life. Please kill me. Okay, so we'll get one stage of amplifier to turn it back into normal audio, and then we have a specialized headphone amplifier, a high definition amplifier for the output. We'll have to look that up in a minute. So V plus over there, pin, what is V minus? Pin 10. Oh, God. Oh, V plus is pin 3. Okay, so nip that one in the bud. And of course, it's statistically, why is this happening every single time? Statistically, why is that? Is it something about the numbers? Looks like some tortured cybernetic spider. It's a listening device. literally, oh, what movie was that? I think it was, oh, I'm trying to remember. There was a movie where, oh, that's right, that was Neil Breen. Neil Breen gets an excuse. He gets a pass. His listening device in Double Down is just a resistor. It's just a resistor. It's just a resistor. It's taking crazy pills. It's just a resistor. Okay, so pin 3 is power. Why is there so much hair on this board? I don't understand. I guess I've been pulling my hair out around my electronics. What is... Get out of here. Everything is covered in shit. All right, V minus, pin 10. That'd be another green wire if I could find it. There's one. Freaking hair. What is it? What am I doing? And then this, it's on the gap again. Unfreaking believable. I think it has to do with the numbers that they're choosing for the power pins being somehow divisible by the number of spaces in this board. But every single time I go to put in a power pin, it appears that it is in the gap. Pin 10 V minus. All right. So apart from decoupling capacitors, this is essentially what's going to be there so far. This is our main audio path. We go through our filter. We go into the first mixing amplifier, which will be controlled by its own separate 2 knobs. Then we go into the second mixing amplifier, where everyone's controlled by one big old knob. The thing is, I have an inordinate number of current controlled amplifiers. The second one is just in there for the volume, and it only needs 2 channels, but I guess you get a different result when you split the 2 channels on 4 amplifiers. They said you can do that. It's totally kosher, so I guess I have to do that. This is a lot of parts to fit on this board. Then it goes into our first set of amplifiers, which we're only using 2 of, where we then put it into the output amplifier for headphones. That doesn't look soldered. Is that all right? Oh no, there's one blank pin in the middle of that. That's right. This one's kind of cursed. Okay, so beginning audio path. We're going to start with our signal input. Signal's coming in there, it's grounded, and it comes out here, 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 and here. These outer pins. Those go into the 4 quadrants, which are here, 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 and here. So we go to, I guess, big sweeping wires, because we can have big sweeping wires that go down and up here, and then we can have ones that go down and up and around. It's just going to be big circuit paths for this beginning stuff. Oh, my puppy's barking out there. She's probably barking at her friends. Yeah, it's getting on. The afternoon's getting on there. I really don't need them to be this long. This is ridiculous. Green is probably going to be good for the long ones. First channel input is on pin. Hup. Pins 2, 7, 10. So this would be, let's get in here a little bit. Two, 7, 10, and then 15. Yeah, okay. 2, 7, 10, and 15. Let's go with this one is from there, probably going to pin 2. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pipe 4 different signals into this, and those will just be our left and right. It doesn't really matter where the left and right goes, just as long as we have it mixing in the way that I have in the schematic. So it's going to be a little bit chaotic, but I think it'll work out in the end. 2, 7. I'll probably use a different wire, different color wire, just so I can differentiate them. Yeah, definitely. Okay, get rid of this. Get rid of that. We can do better than that. Check for like mid-lengths in this kit over here. Where did that go? There it is. Come on back over here. All right, let's see. So only the ones that I have are the blue wires, which are way long for this application. Yeah, see, here's the thing: is all these like middle-length wires apparently disappear, and you're left with the exceptionally long ones. And I guess what I could do is like take the exceptionally long ones and route them a little differently, or cut them. Guess I could do that. But for color coding, then I can just do red, blue, and orange. So if I do try to use up long wires. Ow. Piece of wire in the jaws. I tried to put the jaws against my knuckle in order to get it to strip the wire. And it happened to be that my knuckle, or the end of the pincher of the wire cutters, had a piece of wire in it to drive into my knuckle. Jeez. So many injuries here. Into, like so. This one will go into pin 7. Seems like a trivial amount that I'm removing from these, but I guess it gets it done. Two, 7, and then we go back to red. Yeah, I don't have enough types of wire to do this. Well, these can be much shorter. Let's color code it a little bit. Yeah, it should be far and then near. Wherever you are. Still looks better than whatever the hell was sent in the Discord. What was sent in the Discord? Was it something I missed while streaming? Probably. Two, 7, 10, and then 15. I can do, I guess a white wire going to be too long? Too short. This can do a jump with just a regular piece of wire, not a cut one. I've started cutting those longer lengths just because, you know, I keep looking for these mid-length wires and not finding them, so that's going to be annoying. I need to prop these up a little bit and then go under them for this one. Otherwise, it's going to keep unplugging. Ah, come on. All right, order of operations. I did it backwards. This one first. Then the green. Going all the way out here. Oops, wrong one. One down. Down one hole. Then blue. Blue. Out and around to blue. Then the red one. Oops, all the way at the bottom. Red. Nope. There we go. To this one. Jeez, that was annoying. All right, so now that's hooked up. We have the same scenario going to the next set of channels, only we do a little bit more mixing. About 9 hours ago? Oh, so I probably saw it then. Why does... Yeah, what is going on with that thumbs up emote? I don't know. Is that what you were talking about? Yeah, that thing from the recap. What is it a joke that none of us get? I think that's probably what it is. I guess we can keep consistent and do red channel with red channel. So our output here mixes together. So we have pins 12, 4, 2, and 7. 2 and 7 on this one. So 12 to 4. Let me see here. What's that going to look like? Two and 7 here. Going up to... Oh boy. No, they go up to the second one, to 12 and 4. That goes up to here. 12 and 4? That doesn't make sense. 4, 12 goes to 2 and 7 should probably go to... What the? Yeah, 2, 7 to not 12 and 4. We're going to swap them because they're all wired together as volume. They're all wired together as volume. It seems wrong, but that's what's going to happen. Instead, we'll go 11 and 4 now. 10 and 15 or 2 and 7. And then I've got 4 and 12 mixing and then 5 and 13 mixing. Yeah, okay, never mind. We have to do it that way. Unless I swap the inputs here and have these be all crazy, because then I could just do, well, let's wire it exactly as I have it here. We'll do it exactly as I have it here. It's going to get confusing. These, I mean, like, if I swap these around, that's fine. And whatever makes it, like, go down onto the PCB better is going to probably be what I end up doing, just as long as I get these controls correct and get my right and left channel correct in the end. But that all depends on labels. I could just swap the labels around. my thumbnail on Discord is me highlighting the middle of that number that doesn't fit in the box. That's pretty good. Yeah. All right. So instead of making this go down cleanerlier, I am going to do this stuff with the channels, and then our green and orange are going to come together, and our red and blue are going to come together. So green is probably going to be, that's not a good, I didn't plan that properly. I have more reds than anything else. We can swap to, I guess I do have good orange. I have enough orange in this kit, and yellow if I need another color. There's a couple oranges in here. So we'll take orange. You glad to see me? And either blue or red. I guess blue. Blue and orange for the movie posters. So where's that coming from? The first mix is going to be between 4 and 12. You know, it is better if I just make it 4 and 5. And then our stereo channels end up being like right, left on the input. Because then it's just a jumper right here. And then that's my output, instead of having a crossways jumper and all that stuff. So yeah, we're gonna have RRLL inputs. So I need the 1-pin jumpers. What happened to all of the 1-pin jumpers? I've got a couple of them in here. But there was one that I literally just removed from the board. Where did it go? I just removed one, and I know I didn't put it away. That shit is around here somewhere. Oh, we need to save these. These are the amplifiers. Much care went into building those. I know I done saw it. It was on this desk. Probably traveled. Like, I probably put my wrist down on it, and it just came away with me. Is it still stuck to me? What are you doing over here? Now, all right, I'll just find new ones. And so Bother had to find nuance. That's an over a pin jumper. I need a solid piece of metal with a gink in it. I don't know if I have them. Wow, that's fine. I'll use the ones with a little piece on it. Here, these are done as kind of like, they're like a reflection. I don't know why they're done that way. Maybe it helps with some kind of wiring somewhere. They're like mirrored on the center. We'll go to the outside for that. Well, actually, because our output can come out from here. And then our control ports are the ones that don't have anything in it. Oh, I need to go one up. One up. Then we go to our next stage, which is another amp. Dun, dun, dun. This time the inputs are crossed together. So 7 and 2 are going to be connected to one another. We need to figure out what jump that is. A jump. Probably a green. No, a little bit more than green. I'll do 7 to 1. It's too long. Let's see if I've got any small ones here. These are all busted. These are all my busted leads. Oh, it's too long. God damn. On the PCB, I could probably mix them and make them into, like, I could just cross under the chip in order to do that. Crossing under the chip is not really advisable, though, because it's hard to follow, but we're going to have so little room on this board. With these two, they're taking up a huge amount of real estate. Oh, God. Can I not just connect these? Please? Oh, that's the same length. It's because it's from a bunch of different wiring kits. That one's longer. Longer still. Is it orange? Might be orange. Yeah, it is orange. I'll need another 1 jump as well to do the middle ones. This is just doubling up on the amps, and that all that really accomplishes is, I think, a more granular range or something like that. They mentioned it in the data sheet as having some type of advantage, but it wasn't really that big of a deal. Oh, hey, I can keep the color scheme. Only I gotta flip them if I'm gonna do that. Keep in the color scheme. What? Why isn't this working? Okay. Oh, it's too bent. It's like cursed. What the? Okay, I can't win with this stuff. Just give me this back. Oh my God, neither of the leads were like, they're fighting. Don't fight me. Jeez. Oh yeah, I see. This is a little bit longer than what I wanted. That's okay. I'm keeping my color scheme at least. Got orange and red here for my 2 sides. Let's see. So I need those 2 more of those little jumpers, little 1-pin jumpers that I'm having trouble finding. That might do 1 pin if I do it sideways. Multiples of those. This like won't do it. It'll do that. I don't like that. I don't think I like that. Whatever. Keep it. Keep it. It's not broke. Don't fix it. That's the outputs being crossed over. And then I'm gonna check my chat messages. Nobody said anything because I'm building a thing. Okay. That's the second stage of amplifiers. So then those go into the first stage of output amplifier before they are sent to the headphone amp. So on this one, we have a inverting feedback amplifier that is going to be on pins 1 and 2 and 11 and 12. Okay, that are on pins. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. That's not the amplifier. In B, in C, minus, out B and out C are 5, 6, 7, and 8. What the fuck? They kind of are in logical order around this thing, but it's weird. This will be our 2-channel amplifier outputs, just like so. These tend to pop out, so I got to be careful around them. These will pop out of their holding. So those are our amplifiers, and the inputs to the amplifier are, oh yeah, we need to connect the pluses. So we're on D and C. Now we're on B and C. So out B, in C minus, pins 4 and 9. What happened over there? Oh, I'm just looking at my video monitor. Let's see. In B plus is pin 4. Pin 4 needs to go to ground. Pin 4 to ground. Another green jumper. People really like their sweaters in this channel. Oh no, ground is a yellow yump. So pin 4 to ground. That's the, come on. That's the feedback portion. Pin 4. That's sloppy, but whatever, I'm going to accept it. And then in C plus is pin 9. Jeez. So the amplifiers have kind of a logical layout when it comes to the chip, but when it comes to spreading the chip out like this with the different banks on different areas, it doesn't really work out all that well. It's like if you want to put actual parts for feedback setup and stuff like that, it helps you lay out the amplifiers a little bit better, but it's not doing us any favors on this board. I mean, I guess I probably could have twisted this and then redone the pin numbers, and it would have made a little bit more sense. That probably would have made a little bit more logical sense. Whatever, those are the pluses. The feedback resistors are there, and so now we do the inputs. These two amplifiers are here, and my path is one side, other side. Can I work it out so that that works? If I use in A and in B plus, no, 1, 2, 3, 4 is in A. Out A is on 14, 15 over here. And there's 2 NCs next to that. So it's like one bank of outs and then the other bank of outs. Ins, ins. Messed up. That's what that is. That's messed up. I should have twisted this 90 degrees, and then I would have had ins, ins, outs, outs. Instead, it's out, out, in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Well, wait, 9, 10, and 11, 12. It's all mixed up. It's all messed up. This is all, there's no logic here. What it does is it goes A, B, BB, C, D, D in sort of a mirrored fashion. So it's kind of all mixed up. So pin 9, 10, 11, and 12 are all ins. 5, 6, 7, and 8 are all ins. Wait, so we could do maybe circuit D out A and out D are 15 and 14. And then B, out B is 6. That's over, wait, what? Oh yeah, because out B and B minus. In D minus and out D are spread more than a pin apart. Okay, so that's the problem. I need to go directly, wait, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, yeah, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I keep seeing in C, and I think it's saying no C, as in no connect. Out A and D are spaced more than one pin from their in minus, which is on, basically it goes from here to here. So I can't do that. But 5, 6, 7, and 8 being right next to each other really helps me write like that. Okay. That's messing with me, but I guess we'll just deal with it that way. So that is going to get, oh, my red wire came out. My red wire. Oh no. That's the more fragile of all of these, since it's got to plug all the way down and the other pins are pushing it up. So red, once more. Where's my red? I guess I don't really have offcuts of red that are that long. Yeah. So out red. Well, that's not going to be a long jump at all. In B, let's see. Okay, so those are mirror image. So I go in here. From, actually, the outputs of these are which pins? It's all just pin to pin at this point. Point to point wiring. That's that one. I need to see the, that's going to be in here. That's in paint. Okay, 4 and 5. The ones that are next to each other are the outputs. There, and then let's find another red, or no, an orange, a short orange. Orange, orangey. Do I have any leftover short oranges? I got really short orange. Okay, we'll just make one. So orange output into this. Oh, I guess I need a long orange. Into the mirror input here. Like that. And we skip this step. So these two mix and become orange. Another orange wire here. Probably going to have to finish this next time. Goes to here. Oh, that's the input channel. There we go. And then red. Output here goes to the next red channel input, which is right here. A little long. It's a little long. Probably could have used one of the pre-baked red ones. That's okay though. And actually, to be fair, jumping from location to location with the signal, I could probably do with the male-to-male jumper wires, and then you've got kind of this like vertical jump in the circuit so you can see where your signal's going. The swoopy wires are enough for me though. I can kind of follow that. The swoops and whoops and loops. Swoopy whoopy wires, yes sir indeed. That's, oh yeah, that's ground. And then these two, one of these is going to the wrong thing. I sent one to negative and I sent the other one to ground. That would cause all kinds of issues. Let's make sure we're correct. So the plus in plus goes to ground. So 4 and, well, pretty much any of these. The question is whether or not I need to use the 2 other channels of this thing to invert the audio again so that it doesn't get out of phase. So in B plus is pin 4, in C plus is pin 9. Pin 9 there, pin 4 here, and then B and C are right here, and their outputs here. Okay, I actually got that right. So the outputs are then that other ground wire I had over here was incorrect. It wasn't going to anything. And then, oh, do I have V plus and V minus? Oh, maybe that's what that pin was doing. V plus pin 10. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have ripped that out. I should have trusted my own self. That comes from right here. Yeah, that's the perfect size. So these red wires kind of fight you. Yeah, that's not even plugged in. What the? Son of a bitch. Look at that. It's not even. Give me this back. Jeez. That's what happened. They get stuck between the clip and the plastic of the breadboard when they stretch like that. It's because I'm going 1 pin too far for this thing. Probably need something like this. Nope, that's way too far. What did I found something that was adjacent. Oh, it's the same exact length. Okay, all right. Let's see how it is. There. You got to get the metal. That's going to be. I don't want bad connections on this thing. That can really mess up your whole deal. Is if you have weird lengths of stuff. So let me get the fabled plastic $75 measuring tool, which is made out of like a couple cents of plastic. I think it's criminal that Pace does not sell something like this for a reasonable price. This thing is great, but it's for bending for bending breadboard stuff. They probably think that they'd sell so few of them that they're not worth making. But I can tell you right now, just this, oh God, I bent it in the wrong direction. This very stream promotes it so much that there would be many, many sales based on my use of the tool. If it were reasonable, but it's not. There, so in just a second, thanks to the techniques that I've learned in making wiring and stuff, this now goes from point to point just easily, like it's nothing. Okay, so those 2 amplifiers, the pluses, have been sent to ground. No clue 321. Thank you for the 23 months. 23 months, no clue 321. Thank you so much for your support of this show. I really do appreciate what you've been doing for us out here. I'm gonna get choked up. All right, so we're almost back to where we were with just a little bit more organization. And I've got 2 op amps here that I can play with mixing. That would mean that in order to get the rest of the system up, I would need 1 singular op amp to do the input buffering so that it can output a reasonable voltage for the output. The other thing that I could do is do another inverting amplifier. And if I do another inverting amplifier, that means that the audio is not out of phase. Although the mixing amplifier inverts it. So we start with the non-inverted, turn it into current where we invert it. Or are these non-inverting? We're gonna have to check. We're just gonna have to look and see what phase our audio is in compared to audio out. We're just gonna have to look. All right, let me think about this a little bit. So what are we doing now? We can send audio into this and take a look at it and see what it's doing. I don't have anything controlling the the mixing stuff. Nothing is controlling the mixing stuff, but we can just take a look and see what it'll be doing. Because it's like a couple millivolts will control it, so maybe we'll get some kind of a view into what this thing does. I don't know, maybe just for fun. Let's power it up. So I have the adapter that takes power onto the perf board. Where did that go? Not on the end of this. We're doing power through my little tester just because it's nice. It's nice to have. I put it away. All right, let's get the RC car down here. I feel like the suspension on this is sagging. It shouldn't be touching that wheel well. It should be well over it. What's going on there? I'll have to investigate that at some point. The smoked white turned out really well. It actually looks pretty cool. So I'm hoping I can get some high-speed tests done on that. See how quickly we can go back and forth. See if I can get a good number on it with the gyro. I need the gyro working, and then I need the GPS to get a signal, which is harder than it sounds. How did I do this? For this? Yeah. But I think it's this way. I think it was designed to go over here, which we don't exactly have space for. I can put it all the way over here, though. And then stripe is negative. Stripe is down here. Stripe, hold on, stripe is negative, and then that goes to the bottom here. Oh, so this is supposed to be plugged in this way. What did I make this for? Wait, let me double check here. This plugs in this way. Stripe is up top. And it goes to the very top, which is not... Okay, so I didn't plug it into... I didn't make it to plug it in there. I think it plugs in on the very end, and then I have to route the power myself. It would be... These are... Yeah, because these are grounds on the outside. Okay, I get it now. I get it now. This cheapo breadboard is possibly the most annoying thing in the world. I tried to plug that in 4 times and it wouldn't plug in. Add stripes to make it go faster. Oh no, more HP is stripes. Okay. Fork logic. Stripe here goes to -12. Okay, so yeah, that's the way we want it. And now yumpers. Oh, I guess I got to move it in a little bit just because I need to be on the... What in the... Jeez, it's so annoying. Very, very annoying. Another yellow. Hit it so we can power it up. We can give it a couple signals and just see what we've done so far. I don't have the volume controls hooked up. Jesus, it scared the crap out of me. These stupid tweezers. These are not good for doing this kind of wiring. Because when you squeeze down on them, this is round and it just fires out the end. So that made a very prominent clicking noise and it scared me. I'm not that jumpy. I hate this so much. I need like a little pair of pliers. Tweezer pliers. There was, in the jumping kit that we used to get these jumper kits that were a little tray, a little opaque plastic tray of jumpers. And they had one of the jumpers in it, or one of the tools in it, was a pair of tweezers kind of like these. They were bigger, and they had what do you call it? They had like a little hatching on the end of the tweezer piece, so stuff wouldn't jump out at you. What's up, Foob? Yeah, it wouldn't squeeze the stuff out of the tweezer and have it pop out of the front. It would instead just kind of hold on to a wire. That's way too long. It's not going to work. Got to get it up to plus 12. We got a bunch of specialty hardware here that we're powering up and hooking up to itself. We're trying to make a mixer, which involves channels that get shoved into one another, basically. Maybe orange will do it. Orange is way too long, but it'll fit. So now I've got it powered. I've got capacitors in there somewhere. We have 4 channels of input going into volume control. And we could make that individual, but it's going to be left and right channel control. And then we've got the mixing lefts and rights and having an overall volume control. And then it gets turned from frequency domain back into voltage domain. And we're out. And then we go into our headphone amplifier, which is specifically made for headphone amplifier. Needle nose? I don't doing this. I'd rather have something like this with like a plier head. That's all right. It's not a problem that I need solved. Okay, geez. Got a lot more to do. Well, let's test some stuff. Let's just run some wibbling wires into things and see what we get on the output. Need a bunch of short yumpers. All with the same color wire. Why is everything coming up yellow? I don't understand. What is happening here? What are the odds? Oh, actually, I should take this one, plug it back in. One driver over here. Now this channel was cursed. I'm going to use this channel instead. We'll avoid the cursed one for a little bit. And I need another power wire, since we now have 2 devices that are under the gun. Two devices in surgery. Wait a minute. Oh, I was trying to plug it in backwards. Double check. That one's stripe and that one's stripe. I guess that's okay. Okay. I don't want to blow anything up right now. Now this needs to be cleaner. This needs to come down a little bit. This is a problem. This is an unforeseen issue. Let me move my power supply around here. This thing was meant to be locally connected to modules, and I've got these 2 breadboardally connected modules. Perfboardally. Channel 1. That's not channel 1, that's ground. Ground. Channel 1. Jeez, okay. I'll get this right. And 4. Ah, man, okay. Use Coldplay yellow. I know, I could do like musical audio, but we've just got waveforms going into this thing. 10 volt plus minus waveforms. If I connect them all to ground, then they're all going to be dimmed just a little bit, because it's negative 600 millivolts to 3.3 volts. So I need a whole bunch more ground jumpers to do volume control on this thing. I'll just have it at most volume, and we'll just see the mixing in action. You can't really see the mixing because it's all current domain. So for now, I'm just going to put it to ground. Gotta need a lot of these. It's 4 channels and 8 mixing stations. I'm gonna run out of yumpers. Ground. I gotta make sure that it's ground, not some voltage level that's gonna blow up my whole system. I mean, this stuff adds up. This stuff gets expensive. Not wildly, but these aren't cheap chips. And they're hard to source. I gotta go to a guy. I know a guy. And then I'll work on getting knobs on this thing so that we have full control. That's not gonna work. Gotta do that off stream. All the good stuff happens off stream. Ground. 2 more. There's also an opportunity to check over my work, like for instance right there. Nope, that actually goes in, that's input, and that goes there and there. Output's there, here and here. How's this one wired? Yeah, that is the way. Okay, that's the way. That's the correct way. So ground as a control signal going to this one. And then I need another shorty. Where's another short jumper? These are not short. These are long as hell. There we go. Ground to here. That's, wait a minute, that's off. No, that's okay. Yep, that's correct. Okay. At the moment, I'm having too much fun watching YouTube videos with AI translation. If you play the video at 50% speed, it's going to sound like a drunken rambling. What if you play it at 150% speed? Does it sound like meth head? All right, now, all things considered, this should turn on and just work. But we have a thermal imager, so we can see whether something is wired the wrong way. 3, 2, 1, power. Uh-oh. Our current is clicking. Tick, 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 tick. So, which one is the culprit? I wired everything completely correctly, so it's not me. But something is not liking our power. All right, I was hoping this would work a little bit more on the first blush, but it's definitely not. I will have to check over some stuff. I'll have to do a little bit of ohming out. Maybe I can come up with the control potentiometers from the get-go. All these are unnecessary now. I'll need to check over that all the proper pins have all the proper voltages and that I don't have like a runaway current somewhere. It might be just that I need to swap one of these over from the metered ones. Maybe it just doesn't like it. Take automatic generated subtitles, use Google Translate, translate it multiple times between different language, and then generate the audio within 15-year-old TTS. That's how we got the do not want and the no and Mr. Speaker, we are for the big. They translated Star Wars into Chinese in the back. I don't think they did it multiple times, but it's just, it got all garbled and it was pretty fun. That was the OG meme movie. Watched that in the early 2000s. That was crazy. All right, guys, I don't have anything else for you. I'm sorry. Put the gun down. I'm done. I'm done. We wired up the circuit, and everything should have been perfectly fine, but it overvoltaged. It took up way too many volts for some reason. So I've got to check and see if there are like weird shorts that I put on the thing, or what the hell could possibly be going wrong with it. That's going to take a little bit more like cerebral poking of circuits, and I was hoping that this would just work and then we hit it with signals. We'll do that on Thursday. On Thursday, I'll have more of the circuit together and we'll be able to kind of mix and match the different building blocks that make up something like this and figure out how many of these chips am I going to need, because I'm going to need buffers. I've got, well, there's a buffer upstairs that I have to take outside. So I'm going to go touch grass. I guess Twitch told me I was the touch grassingest streamer. And so that's where we are. I mean, we could just look right now. Recap. No. Recap. We can recap, and I can scroll down, and I can go to live stream, and then we can scroll until they tell me, look, all these pathetic numbers. And then down here at the bottom, it calls me. Where is this? Where is it? The Grass Toucher of the Year. Hold on a second. Does OBS allow me to do paste? Can I paste as a... I guess not. Add an image. It doesn't let me. I have to like save it as. Desktop. There's got to be a better way to do this. This is way too clunky. What the hell, Twitch? What is this? You want to explain? Can you explain this to me, Twitch? Why is this on my recap? What is this? This is ridiculous. Chat seems active. Consider clipping this. You guys can consider clipping it. I'm going to post it on Discord and just make a day of it. Okay, all right. Let me disable that. Grass Toucher of the Year. Grass Toucher of Year. Grass Toucher. Okay, all right, let's get out of here. All right, I'm done for the day. Wait. Delete. Remove. Okay, yeah, anyway, I'm going to go walk the dog. Oh, I left the... Oh, I didn't... That didn't come through. Damn it, that was a screenshot of Discord. That was a screenshot of Discord, and so it showed the red lines of the thing that I put up. Oh, well, you'll have to get a better shot from the VOD. I'll see you guys later. I'm going to be back on Thursday, and I'll have more to do with this. We'll actually poke in some signals and do all that like mix matching of stuff and try to design a mixer, because that's kind of where the rubber meets the road in terms of like, I kind of know what technology I need. I don't know what orientation all the technology needs to be in order for me to get all of the stuff tested properly. So, and working. And once we know that, we can build the circuit, and we'll do a bunch of AutoCAD streams for that. So until then, I'll catch you guys later. Have a good holiday. I'll be back on Thursday, which is not on the other end of any kind of a holiday. So there's that. I'll stop talking now.